program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
Hey, what time is it? It's Podblast time! That's right. It is Podblast time. How are you? How are you? How are you? This is your weird, informative, and hopefully fun time capsule of memories of days gone by as we forge ahead together in the game of life. Remember the Milton Bradley board game of life? I was more of a Monopoly man myself, but right now we're reminiscing about life, specifically pop culture history and life experiences that we all have in common. That's what this show, the Nostalgic Podblast, is all about. This is your nostalgia show with a bite. Welcome, I'm Chance Bartels, your host. No relation to Chance the Rapper. And as Steve Harvey would say at the beginning of Family Feud, honestly, which are you today? Now, recently we began a series of remembering the great game show hosts who sadly are no longer with us here on this earth. In part one, we focused on the golden age of game show television hosts, such as Groucho Marx, Bud Collyer, Gary Moore, Bill Cullen, and Dennis James. And then in part two, it was all about Gene Rayburn. Then last week, we featured Richard Dawson. Well, today in part four of our ongoing series, which honors the memory of fine game show hosts, we're going to discuss Bert Convy, who sadly has been gone since 1991. And I have some choice clips to share with you, as well as some other nostalgia goodies that aren't related to game shows, for those that are not into classic game shows, who are not fans. But I love my fellow wonderful game show people, so we'll have plenty of that for those that are as well. There are no comic books tonight, so I'm sorry about that. But we're also going to have a great trivia game. It's called Taglines. And this time, the taglines, meaning slogans of products in television and radio ads, are all about sodas. Last time we talked about beer taglines. This time, it's soda pop. Now, you know what it is. As we're live, you might be listening at Fistful of Radio on Saturday or Sunday or Monday night or Wednesday night, or in a wonderful podcast platform like Apple Podcasts or Google Podcasts or Spotify. We're also on YouTube, and we're going to have a lot of video content and images, although this is an audio-friendly program. But we're going to also talk about this. I have a great game. Now, the main focus of tonight's show, the main topic, is going to be recasting of characters that we all loved who suddenly were recast where there's a different actor portraying the characters that we fell in love with. And I have a bunch of great examples for you tonight, and you're welcome to chime in anytime with yours in the chat or call in at 770-438-1050. And I'm going to put your comments on the screen in a bit. People that are chatting and Facebook Live or YouTube Live, or people that are Xing me. I guess that's what you would call the formerly known as tweeting. You X someone, which sounds really dirty, doesn't it? But I will put those comments on the screen as well. Al Hardy, friend of the show, might be able to school me on this. I don't know if Twitch has a comment system or not. I think they do, actually. Actually, I do know that. But let me just do my little quick disclaimer. But you know what? Before I get to the little disclaimer, as I said, it is Friday as we're live, and I call that French Friday. Oops. I wanted to show our chart. I'm not going to. Here we go. Here's the French fries. Some of the best, not all of the best, are shown there. I like to show this every Friday. I coined this, as I already said, French Friday or French Fry Friday. There's our list of the game show hosts who are no longer with us. We've been covering and will continue to cover. I haven't talked about Bob Barker yet because in 2023, when he passed, when he almost made it to the age of 100, I covered him pretty extensively in August of 2023 here on the Podblast. So that's why I haven't talked about him yet. He's one of my favorite MCs of all time. We'll get to him later on as this series progresses. But I have a little joke for you. Now, as we're live, if you're listening at Thanksgiving time or in the summertime, this won't mean anything to you. But as we're live, it is Good Friday and it's Easter weekend. So I have a little question for you. I got to do my poor man's Jerry Seinfeld impression here. By the way, why do we eat deviled eggs on Easter? Shouldn't they be called Jesus eggs or angel eggs? What's going on here? Seriously, this is a joke your humble host Chance Bartels wrote. Not laugh out loud funny, but seriously, why are deviled eggs called deviled eggs? And we eat them on Easter. That seems kind of sacrilegious to me. Should be called angel eggs or Jesus eggs. You know what? I'm going to look that up. There's got to be a reason. It's probably like a term like pickled. You know, it probably means pickled. Deviled. Does someone in chat know why the heck are they called deviled eggs? But I love deviled eggs. Call me an egg sucker, if you will, but I love deviled eggs. Don't you? Yay or nay? Do you like deviled eggs? And why are they called deviled eggs? I should have looked that up. Now for the quick disclaimer. In terms of the video and audio clips I'll present to you tonight, and I'll put this in writing too, in my YouTube channel live feed. In the description, I'm thinking eBay. In the description of tonight's show, I've put this in writing, and I'll audibly say this now. In terms of the video and audio clips I'll present to you tonight, I do not represent the owners of this material or any of their entities. This is a live, educational, interactive lecture for fellow fans of nostalgia, in which I earn no proceeds in any way from this presentation. I do not own any of the movie clips or the musical cues that you'll see and hear tonight, so no rights are given or are implied. I encourage everyone within the sound of my voice to purchase the official releases of this material where applicable, if you're interested in it, as I have. And all of these clips were found on YouTube from other fan channels, including my own other YouTube channel, Chance Acting Demo. That's no space. It's all one word, Chance Acting Demo. And we're not taken or ripped from actual DVDs, Blu-rays, or compact discs, or 4K releases of any of these programs or films. Again, the number 770-438-1050 if you want to be a part of the nostalgia. And I welcome that. So we've got to begin with this. And this is sad, of course. As many of you have heard by now, if you're not listening live, this is really in the rearview mirror. But as we're live, this is still somewhat breaking news, and it's sad. We lost another mega talent, and I want to put his image on the screen. Talking about this man. We're talking about Lou Gossett Jr., whom I had the pleasure of meeting in 2007 at Dragon Con, and he returned to Dragon Con here in the Atlanta, Georgia area in 2021. And I have some pictures I want to share with you as we remember him as we start the show. So the iconic Oscar-winning actor Lou Gossett Jr. has died. The movies I think of when I think about Lou Gossett Jr. include The Deep, Jaws 3D, and of course his best-known performance in An Officer and a Gentleman, which earned him an Oscar award. And if you're watching there, he is holding his Oscar on Oscar night. Would have been 1983. He was a great, great man. He was so kind when I met him. And I asked him about working on this show in 1967, filmed in 67, aired on February 20th, 1968. An episode of The Invaders I talk about a lot on the show, which was a show about aliens. It was just like V and V, The Final Battle. It aired from 1967 to 1968 on ABC TV, Tuesday nights at 10 p.m. It was an hour-long drama by QM Productions. This was an episode titled The Vice. Not vice like vice president, but vice like a vice like smoking cigarettes or drinking booze. V-I-S-E, The Vice. This was an incredible episode. I watch it every Black History Month. No fooling, once a year. And ironically, it aired originally in Black History Month, but he played a good guy in this. That's before he shaved his head, obviously. Here's another shot from that episode with Roy Thinnis, the star of The Invaders. But he also on the small screen 4 years later, Lou Gossett Jr. was on The Partridge Family with Richard Pryor. Seen right there on the screen. Sorry, listeners, I encourage you to go to the YouTube channel, The Nostalgic, with a C, not nostalgia, The Nostalgic Podblast. Just Google search it. You'll see it on YouTube and look for the thumbnail image showing the two Darrens on Bewitched, Dick York and Dick Sargent. You'll know you're in the right place, but you have to click the live tab, but I'll probably upload it after the fact when it's not live. So there he is on The Partridge Family, another shot. But he also, many years later, after this appearance in 1971 on The Partridge Family, was a regular in The Powers of Matthew Starr just before he won his Oscar award. Incredible. But let's talk a little bit about the life of Lou Gossett Jr. And he also was in Roots, of course. And he received so many accolades for his impressive acting in that powerful miniseries Roots in 1977 on the small screen, which was based, of course, on the book by Alex Haley. Lou Gossett Jr.'s birth name was Louis Cameron Gossett Jr., born on Wednesday, May 27th, 1936. And he was born in Coney Island in Brooklyn, New York City, New York State. He made his stage debut at the age of 17. Shortly thereafter, he successfully auditioned for the Broadway play, Take a Giant Step. Gossett continued acting on stage in critically acclaimed plays, including A Raisin in the Sun in 1959, The Blacks, that's the title of this play, in 1961, Tambourines to Glory in 1963, and The Zulu and The Zeta in 1965. Now, he won an award for Outstanding Lead Actor for a single appearance in a drama or comedy series at the Emmy Awards for Roots. Isn't that strange? They combined drama or comedy in a single appearance in a drama or comedy series. And that was a mini series, Roots was, of course. Lou Gossett Jr. continued acting in high-profile films, television, plays, and video games. In 1982, for his role as Gunnery Sergeant Foley in An Officer and a Gentleman, he won the Academy Award for Best Supporting Actor. Let me put that image on the screen. Bam. I'm going to pull this trailer. I meant to before for Enemy Mine. I liked the 1985 sci-fi movie with Dennis Quaid, Enemy Mine. That was an awesome film. Anyone remember that? I don't even have a picture. He had incredible makeup. I should have pulled that photo, but I will later on. You know what? Maybe I'll look for it while I play a clip. I have a couple clips, and then we're going to get to the heart of the show and the main topic. Recasting of main characters that we fell in love with in television and film, but mostly we're going to focus on television tonight. But, you know, when he won that Academy Award for An Officer and a Gentleman, Lou Gossett was the first Black actor to win in that in that category. And at the Emmy Awards, Gossett continued to receive recognition with nominations for The Century Collection Presents Ben Vereen, His Roots in 1978, Palmerstown, USA in 1981, Sadat in 1983. And he also appeared in movies like A Gathering of Old Men in 1987, Touched by an Angel in 1997, and The Watchmen in 2019, based on the DC Comics miniseries or limited series, if you will, from 1986. He won and was nominated at other ceremonies, including the Golden Globe Awards, the Black Reel Awards, the NAACP Image Awards. And of course, he was also well known for his role as Colonel Chappie Sinclair in the Iron Eagle film series from 1986 to 1995. I mean, I could go on and on. The man was really an acting legend. Let me just play a clip, and then we'll get back to some more information about the great Lou Gossett Jr., who just passed away. Let me find my clips of Lou Gossett Jr. Where did I put them? I have a lot of material for you. The trivia game is going to be a lot of fun. We're also going to talk about Bert Convy. I think I've already mentioned that. I got to get to your comments as well. And hopefully the stream won't go down on YouTube Live. I never know. Well, damn, where did I put you? Bear with me, God. This is so bad. Oh, man. The show has come to a screeching halt. Here we go. Hopefully the stream won't go down. This is a clip from An Officer and a Gentleman.
Put your toes on the edge of that chalk line. I said, put your toes on the edge of the chalk line, you slimy worm. 10, push! I don't believe what I'm seeing. Where you been all your lives? At an orgy? Listening to Mick Jagger music and bad-mouthing your country, I'll bet. You better stop eyeballing me, boy. You're not worthy enough to look your superiors in the eye. Use your peripheral vision. Understand?
Yes, sir.
Now, every time I say understand, I want the whole group to say, yes, sir. Understand?
Yes, sir.
Understand?
Yes, sir.
Now, I know why most of you are here. We're not stupid. Before you get to sell what we teach you over at United Airlines, you got to give the Navy 6 years of your life, sweet pea. Lots of things can happen in 6 years. Another war can come up in 6 years. And if you're too peaceful a person to dump napalm on an enemy village where there might be women and children, I'm going to find that out. Understand?
I better cut the clip right there. But I have another clip from The Deep. This is from the trailer of The Deep from 1977 with the great Lou Gossett Jr., whom we just lost. But he's immortal forever on film and on video.
From the #1 bestseller by the author of Jaws, this is The Deep. It begins in Bermuda with the adventure and romance of an island vacation, a fantastic opportunity for two young lovers to get away from it all. Was it beginner's luck to discover a sunken wreck in less than 60 feet of water?
Where'd you get this exactly?
Was it coincidence that there were two treasures, one of priceless jewels, the other more valuable than that?
You must be the young couple who found that bottle this afternoon.
Certainly didn't look like anything.
We didn't find any bottle.
The danger and excitement of treasure worth killing for. The adventure and intrigue of a secret worth dying for.
Oh, she hasn't got it. If his tongue moves again, cut it.
Go upstairs, pack, and go home.
I'm going down there. And you're gonna have to blow me up, too.
As you please, boy.
And beneath it all is the terror of the deep. Robert Shaw.
I'm going to signal you and not fire this fuse. Now, after that, I don't care if you found the Holy Grail itself. You've only got 3 minutes.
Jacqueline Bissett.
Oh, my God.
Nick Nolte.
Come on, Trace! All right, Trace, what the hell's going on?
Louis Gossett.
Forced me to take what you would not let me pay for.
And Eli Wallach.
98,000 ampules.
David, it's morphine. Morphine!
bestseller. This is The Deep.
Right on, right on, right on. A lot of comments coming in, and I did put all of them on the screen. I know I was flashing by really fast, but the last comment that came in was from Cindy D. Hello to you. She says, where can you find that movie? Well, it's been released on Blu-ray. I own a copy of it. I'll hold it up for the camera. I'm sure it's streaming somewhere. Have you checked Tubi? T-U-B-I. By the way, I found out that Tubi has the old FBI show from Quinn Martin Productions. All 9 seasons are on Tubi for free. I would check there first. Jim's camera at dawn, North Carolina State. Chance, taking a chance with the clips. He won't get banned. We got to say our prayer. Please let the stream stay up on YouTube. It worked last week. Now, I've been really careful because there's some things I could play. I'm really scared about playing more of that Officer and a Gentleman clip that I was just playing, because that's an epic scene, as well as a fight scene. Yes, Cindy, check Tubi TV. It could possibly be there, but I don't know for sure. So, yeah, that was a big loss. Let me just talk a little bit more about the great Lou Gossett Jr. I better put my shades on. I don't want it to look like I'm reading, but I am. I prepared this stuff for y'all. Enemy Mine. I've got to, before the end of the show, play a clip from the trailer of Enemy Mine. That's just a wonderful movie. And it was kind of a remake of there was a show called UFO, letter U, letter F, letter O, by Jerry Anderson with a G. Jerry Anderson. And it only aired from 1969 to 1970. That's when it was produced in England. And there was an episode called Survival. And it had the same premise, where these aliens who are stealing humans from the earth and cutting them up and stealing their organs so they can survive. It was a very violent show. British show, but look at the episode. It's on YouTube, called Survival. If you're hip to Enemy Mine, you like Enemy Mine, look at one of the influences of Enemy Mine, the movie from 1985. And that Survival episode would have been filmed in 1969. Had great music too by a composer named Barry Gray. Really good stuff. UFO, and it was the forerunner, a lot of people say, to Space 1999, a show that I talk about to death here on the Nostalgic Podblast because I love it. Now, Lou Gossett Jr. also appeared in Boardwalk Empire in 2013. He was in The Book of Negroes in 2015. That's the name of the thing, just like the NAACP, I mean, okay, don't no hate. I'm just reading a title. The bots don't know. He was also in The Great Stargate, SG-1 in 2005, American Playhouse in 1990. My favorite, oh gosh, I should have played a clip, but it features the N-word, so I didn't want to play it. The Jeffersons. He played one of George's buddies in season 1, The Jeffersons, just hitting on Louise. And George gets pissed off and kicks him literally in the butt. Hilarious episode, hilarious scene. I got to try to find that, but that's owned by Sony, and I don't want to tick the people at Sony off, or anybody off for that matter. Oh, I should have gotten that one. I mean, this just blindsided me about the passing of Lou Gossett Jr. Let me just talk a little bit more about him, and then we'll move along. I just think he deserves a lot of respect and reverence in the wake of his passing. He graduated from Abraham Lincoln High School in 1954. He attended New York University, declining an athletic scholarship. He stood 6 feet 1 inches tall. And he was offered the opportunity to play for the New York Knicks NBA basketball team professionally. He turned down the offer instead to accept a role in A Raisin in the Sun. How about that? I don't want to turn this into the biography channel, so let me just do a little self-editing. Those are some main points about the life of the great Lou Gossett Jr. Let's see here. Okay. Let's see here. Lou Gossett Jr. was Clint Eastwood and President Ronald Reagan. Appeared in the White House in 1987. In 1987, Lou Gossett Jr. acted in A Gathering of Old Men. And it was screened at the 1987 Cannes Film Festival. All right. Let me find. Oh, man. Yeah. In 1988, Lou Gossett reunited with a director he'd worked with, Sidney J. Fury, in Iron Eagle 2, which made over $10 million at the box office in the United States alone. Forgot all about Iron Eagle 2. In 1989, Lou Gossett Jr. co-starred in the Marvel Comics adaptation of The Punisher with Dolph Lundgren in the title role of The Punisher. The Punisher was filmed in Sydney, Australia, and also featured several actors whom I've never heard of. On February 14th, 1990, Lou Gossett Jr. acted in Zora Is My Name in an episode of American Playhouse. Let me just go. I mean, there's so many great things that he did. He did a great Touched by an Angel episode. And he was nominated for an Emmy Award for Outstanding Guest Actor in a Drama Series for the episode of Touched by an Angel titled Amazing Grace Part 1. Good stuff. And like I said, when I met him, I said, do you remember working on a show called The Invaders? And he thought for a minute and he goes, yeah, I remember. Yeah, I remember that. And there's an awesome scene. I couldn't find the clip. There was no time. I could have found it from my DVD, but I don't like to rip things from my DVD, as I say in my disclosure. But there's a great scene where he comes to the rescue of the white guy, architect David Vincent, who's hiding in his character Ollie's, which is a bar named Ollie's, and it's like a black bar. And there's a lot of like racism in that episode. They cover that from all sides, anti-black, anti-white. And a lot of people don't want David Vincent in that bar. And they're like, get out of here. But then Lou Gossett Jr.'s character stands up for him and he shoots one of the aliens dead. And he's like, drop it. The alien shows up pretending to be a cop. It's an alien dressed as a white police officer. He was really rough with Vincent. And then I like this scene, a black guy who's just at the bar. He goes, you got to advise him on his rights. And it's like an analogy to how people of color were over the years mistreated by the police. And it was kind of cool showing that, they're defending a white guy. I don't know. It's just a great scene. And Janet McLaughlin's in that episode. Roscoe Lee Brown's in that episode. It's basically an all black cast. That's all I've said enough. The Invaders, The Vice, VISC. It's a killer episode of that show. That really didn't have much to do with aliens, but there's like a great scene where Lou Gossett Jr. shoots one of the aliens dead defending David Vincent. Drop it. And he just bam, shoots the alien, and the aliens burn up. They glow and disappear when they are pierced by a bullet because oxygen is lethal to the aliens, and they have to regenerate to build a shield against their bodies from the oxygen. They have no pulse, no heartbeat, and no bloodstream. Anyway, sorry, I went on and on about The Invaders. Sorry, but kind of not sorry, because it's a great show you should check out if you haven't seen it or haven't heard of it. Let me see about Lou Gossett. Quick thing about his personal life. He was married 3 times and fathered 1 son and an adopted son as well. His first marriage was to Hattie Glasgow, and it was annulled. His second marriage was to Christina Mangossing, taking place on August 21st, 1973. And their son, Sadie, spelled Satie, was born in 1974. So Sadie would be 50 years old by now, or over 50 years old, depending on when you're listening to or watching this edition of the Nostalgic Podblast. But Gossett and his second wife divorced in 1975. So that marriage only lasted, within a year. His third marriage was to Star Search champion Cindy James Reese, taking place on December 25th, of course, Christmas Day, 1987. And they adopted a son, Sharon, who was born in 1977. So he was 10 years old approximately when he was adopted by Lou Gossett Jr. Now, Gossett and James Reese, divorced in 1992. And Lewis was the first cousin of actor Robert Gossett, who starred in TNT's The Closer. Gossett stated in 1966 he was handcuffed to a tree for 3 hours by the police in Beverly Hills. August 9th, 1969, Lou Gossett was partying with members of the Mamas and the Papas legendary band when they were all invited to a party at Sharon Tate's house in Los Angeles, California. Gossett went home to shower and change clothes and was about to leave when he saw on television the news broadcast that Sharon Tate had been murdered by the Charles Manson clan. Sick stuff. And what they did to the Folgers coffee heiress is absolutely disgusting. It's like the great comedian Sam Kinison, he did a bit about the Manson murders, about how they stabbed some people 100 times. It's like, my neck's still on its torso! Yeah. Anyway. Now, I see a note here that this is not true. The mamas and the papas were not friends with Sharon Tate. And Tate and her close friends were killed on the night of August 9th, but the murders were not discovered until late the following morning on the 10th of August, 1969, when the housekeeper arrived. Hey, I don't know. It's just like last week when Barry King of BK and the Air called in, please correct me while I'm live. I really appreciate that because this is an educational show and I try to present the facts. Just the facts, ma'am. Now, Lou Gossett struggled with an illness during the 1990s and early 2000s, having been given a prognosis of 6 months to live from a doctor at the age 6 months to live from a doctor at one stage. In 2001, he learned much of his illness was due to the toxic mold in his Malibu home. On February 9th, 2010, Lou Gossett announced that he had prostate cancer. He added the disease was caught in its early stages, and he was expected to make a full recovery, which of course he did. In late December 2020, Lou Gossett Jr. was hospitalized in the state of Georgia, where I'm located, with COVID-19. And of course, Lou Gossett Jr. died at a rehabilitation center in Santa Monica, California on Friday, March 29th, 2024, at the age of 87. As we're live, no cause of death has been given. So rest in peace to him. It's a tough loss. Man, I have 80 more comments to get to here. I really appreciate everybody who's there live, watching as we're live. And I don't mean to neglect the comments. I'll get on it in just a second. We're going to move along here and get to the main topics that are outlined in the headline of this Podblast. But let's talk about this next item briefly. I did an over 6-hour Podblast on Patty Duke. So I just want to mention that as we're live on March 29th, Anna Marie Duke, whom we know as Patty Duke, passed away at the age of 69 on Tuesday, March 29th, 2016. This all ties together because I was just talking about the Manson murders. Well, there's Sharon Tate with Patty Duke in a still promoting Valley of the Dolls, based on Jacqueline Suzanne's novel of the same name. And there's Patty Duke on the far right. They were all so pretty there. But Patty Duke seen there on the far right were the co-stars of Valley of the Dolls in 1966, included ill-fated Sharon Tate, who was murdered by the sickos, the Helter Skelter clan. Did you read the book Helter Skelter? Man, that is some sick stuff. The Manson team did Sharon Tate in, who actually was in the Beverly Hillbillies before she did movies. One of her first roles was as Mr. Drysdale's secretaries in seasons 2 through 4 of that program, her last appearance being in the first color season of the Beverly Hillbillies. And of course, Jethro was sweet on her character. But she was sadly murdered by Team Manson. Now, getting back to Patty Duke, she was born as Anna Marie Duke on Saturday, December 14th, 1946 in Manhattan, New York. And her sons are Sean Astin from the movie Rudy and the Lord of the Rings movies. And also Mackenzie Astin, who acted in The Facts of Life. And as I said, we did a very extensive and exhaustive tribute to Patty Duke, which can be found by doing a simple search of the nostalgic Podblast Patty Duke, and you'll see a thumbnail image of a 16-year-old Patty Duke on the cover of TV Guide. Okay, that said, let's get this nostalgic Podblast party started. Now, let's continue our series, remembering the great game show hosts who sadly are no longer with us on this earth. We've already talked about the Golden Age hosts Groucho Marx, Bud Collyer, Gary Moore, Bill Cullen, and Dennis James. We talked last week about Richard Dawson, and the week before that, the great Gene Rayburn. So let's continue reminiscing about our favorite game show hosts, talking about this gentleman, Bert Convy, who was a singer as well as an actor and a game show host. I can hear Danny Staten now in South Carolina saying, take that picture off. He gets tired when I leave the same pictures on the screen. Now, this won't be as long of a tribute as I did to Lou Gossett Jr., so bear with me, and then we're going to play some clips along the way, but we've got to do something to honor for the wonderful game show fellow fans out there, some of these long-lost game show legends like Bert Convy, who's been gone since July 15th, 1991. Well, Bert Convy was born Bernard Whalen, like Waylon Jennings, spelled W-H-A-L-E-N, Bernard Whalen Convy. He was born on Sunday, July 23rd, 1933. He was an actor, singer, game show panelist, and host known for hosting Tattletales on CBS, Super Password on NBC, and then Win, Lose, or Draw. And you will hear in his own words, Bert Convy talking about why he left the game show Win, Lose, or Draw. Bert Convy was born in St. Louis, Missouri. Let me put another picture up for those that are watching. There we go. There he is in younger years. There's another shot of Bert Convy. Let me just put this image up on the screen for those that are watching, for the viewers in YouTube land or Facebook Live in the Nostalgic Podblast Facebook group, or on Twitter, X, formerly known as Twitter, or Twitch. But there's a very young Bert Convy when he was a crooner. Born in St. Louis, Missouri, the son of Bernard Fleming and Monica Whalen Convy. Convy's family moved to Los Angeles when he was 7 years of age. He later attended North Hollywood High School, where he was an all-around athlete. The Philadelphia Phillies offered him a contract when he was just 17 years old. Did you know that? That's pretty interesting. And he played 2 years of minor league baseball in 1951 and 1952. Bert Convy later joined the 1950s vocal band The Cheers, like the sitcom Cheers, The Cheers. Or, if you will, like the laundry detergent, Cheer. Now, Bert Convy had a top 10 hit in 1955 with the song Black Denim Trousers and Motorcycle Boots. I can't play it because of the bots and all that kind of crap. I'll try to play the audio only later in the show if I remember to do so towards the end of the program tonight. Bert Convy attended UCLA School of Theater, Film, and Television, where he received a bachelor's degree. After a 2-season stint in the Philadelphia Phillies minor league system with the Klamath Falls Gems, the Klamath Falls Gems, spelled K-L-A-M-A-T-H, the Klamath Falls Gems, like a precious gem, like a diamond or a ruby. The Klamath Falls Gems, the Miami Eagles, and the Salina Blue Jays. Convy began his career in the entertainment business as a featured performer and singer in the Billy Barnes revues of the 1950s and 1960s. Bert portrayed a CBS usher on Art Linkletter's House Party in 1956. And Bert Convy appeared in the 1961 Warner Brothers drama Susan Slade, playing Troy Donahue's rival for the affections of Connie Stevens. Bert Convy went on to become a Broadway actor, starring as Perchik in the original cast of Fiddler on the Roof in 1964. And he also appeared in The Impossible Years in 1965 and created the role of Cliff Bradshaw in Cabaret in 1966. Bert Convy also appeared in the Roger Corman film A Bucket of Blood, playing Lou Ragby, and in the soap opera Love of Life. playing Glenn Hamilton, a rapist. Good Lord. He also appeared in The Partridge Family, playing the role of politician Richard Lawrence in the 1972 episode titled A Likely Candidate. Here we get to the game shows. Let me put a different picture on the screen. I hear you out there complaining. I'll put that one back up. No, I'll put this one back up for variety here. Let's get to the game shows. In the 1960s and the 1970s, Bert Convy was a popular semi-regular panelist on several game shows, including What's My Line, To Tell the Truth, Match Game. He later starred as the host of the pilot of Match Game in 1990, in 1999, or Match Game 90, rather. You know, they used to have Match Game 73, 74, 75, Match Game 76, Match Game 77, Match Game 78, Match Game 79. They tried again with Match Game 90, with a pilot in 1989 that Buzzer runs on occasion on the wonderful over-the-air, owned by Fremantle Media, Buzzer Network, which is on Pluto TV, streaming for free, and it's over the air in the USA with several affiliates coast to coast. He also hosted Super Password. We'll talk about that and play some bloopers from Super Password on NBC. And he took the podium himself as a host of several game shows, including that fourth edition of Password, Super Password, from 1984 to 1989. But before that, he hosted Tattletales, which was a hit, pretty much like a talk show more than a game show, kind of like He Said, She Said, from 1974 to 1978 on CBS, and then CBS brought it back from 1982 to 1984. And he won a Daytime Emmy Award for Outstanding Game Show Host in 1977 for Tattletales. Now, in 1979, he appeared on Password Plus with fellow celebrity contestants such as Elizabeth Montgomery, Carol Burnett, Phyllis Diller, Judy Norton-Taylor from the Waltons, and Marshall Wallace from the Bob Newhart Show, the 1970s Bob Newhart Show, and Elaine Joyce. In one appearance on Password Plus, try to find the clip. He didn't know what Charmin was, toilet paper. It was in the end game, and the C word was Charmin. And he couldn't come up with a clue for the contestant. And at the end, he admitted, what's Charmin? And everyone starts laughing. He didn't know what Charmin toilet paper was. How could you not see those ads with Mr. Whipple on television? We talked about Dick Wilson as a character actor of the week. Don't squeeze the Charmin when Mr. Whipple's on duty at his fictional grocery store. Anyway, Bert Convy and Burt Reynolds formed their own production company, Bert and Bert Productions. Now, Bert Convy, I haven't mentioned this yet, spelled his first name B-E-R-T, whereas Burt Reynolds spelled his name B-U-R-T. Just a little bit of trivia there. But they formed a production company during the 1980s. Their first production was a game show called Win, Lose, or Draw, which made its debut in 1987 as part of the NBC daytime lineup and in nightly syndication. Bert Convy hosted the syndicated edition of Win, Lose, or Draw for its first 2 seasons. Then he left the show to host another, I don't know why I'm pointing at you folks, those that are watching on camera, to host another of his company's productions, the syndicated show Third Degree. I've never seen it. Have you? Have you heard of or seen Third Degree? I have not. When Third Degree went to pilot, birthday boy Peter Marshall, who recently turned 98 years young, was brought in to be the host instead of Bert Convy. When the series was picked up for syndication, however, Bert Convy decided to leave his position as host for the syndicated edition of Win, Lose, or Draw and take Peter Marshall's place on Third Degree. Peter Marshall filed a lawsuit against Bert Convy for that action, but later dropped it after Convy's cancer diagnosis was made public. Well, that was pretty big of Peter Marshall. And Al Hardy knows Peter Marshall. Friend of the show and sometimes fellow co-host Al Hardy is friends with Peter Marshall, and Al Hardy's attended a taping of the original Hollywood Squares for the NBC daytime version. Where he flew out there, he saw, I think he said 6 of the versions being taped. The 5 Monday through Friday shows and then the syndicated show. Now, around the time that Third Degree was canceled, Bert Convy was called upon by Mark Goodson Productions again to host a week's worth of pilot episodes for a revival of Match Game 1990 that Goodson was attempting to sell to ABC. You know what? Let's watch some clips. I'm going to break this up. I'm almost done with this mini bio of Bert Convy in our series, Remembering the Great Game Show Hosts Who Are No Longer With Us. Let's break it up, break up the monotony of me just talking and play a couple clips of Bert Convy that are pretty damn funny. Let's start with a clip of his wife. His wife he was with a long time on Tattletales. This clip is only 2 minutes and 17 seconds long, and I can put some comments on the screen. Now I see 140 comments I've not addressed. Good Lord. Oh, I'm so sorry,
All right,
folks.
we're back. I've got a Tattletale quickie, and then we've got everybody ready to go, fellas. Don't give me the answer. Here it is. Men, assuming you weren't married, is there any girl among your acquaintances that you can picture yourself being happily married to?
You guys are rats.
Now that, I admit, is a very...
You want to get us in a lot of trouble.
You know what
No,
happens?
no.
With a yes, we get shot.
Now listen, I admit that's a tough question, but let's play the game and see if we can how we come up.
We have a choice. We're locked into the seats here.
You know what's going to happen, Bert.
It's a game, and first of all, I'm assuming you aren't married. See, now forget that you're married.
Oh, they do that all the time.
Oh, they do, huh?
Sure. They'll go home with you tonight, Bert, not us.
Assuming you weren't married, is there any girl among your acquaintances that you can picture yourself being happily married to? Go away and think about that, and I don't envy you. That's a tough question.
Oh. Well, I saw him eyeing your wife the other night.
You did? The hell with the game. I want to know about this.
And she smiled right back at him, too, Bert. I think there's a little something going on there. I'm not sure. That's true. What was the question now? How do I
I don't care what the question was. I want to know what this is all about. The question was, if you were assuming you weren't married, is there any girl acquaintance that you could picture yourself being happily married to?
Wow. I'll say yes, that he could picture himself with one, but I have no idea.
Ask my wife.
Yes.
Okay, let's bring him on. All right, Dick. Do you want me to repeat the question, or do you understand it?
I refuse to answer on the grounds that it may tend to incriminate me. I believe that Senator Irving has... What?
Go ahead. Assuming you weren't married, you know. Assuming you weren't married, is there any girl among your acquaintances that you can picture yourself being happily married to?
No.
Why'd they go, oh? Because Barbara said yes.
Well, because from the way you've been looking at Bert's wife lately, I thought maybe...
Oh, she's been giving it to me out here, Dick. Oh, boy. I'm sorry, Dick.
You forgot, right?
No score. Thanks, Dick.
Hey, Stevie B's in the house. My Mongolian Monster. They're live together every Tuesday and Thursday night for 2 hours, starting at 9 p.m., 9 to 11 p.m. Eastern time out of the great state of Florida. And I love their show. And I appreciate them checking in. That's really nice of them, as well as everyone else. Lance, hello to Lance. Hello to Esmeralda in Oregon State. And I have another clip of Bert Convy in Cannonball Run. What a great movie. I haven't gotten to that yet, but I will in a minute. So hello to you. I really appreciate you guys and gals checking in. Hello to Danny Staten. Yeah, it's his wrestling night. He watches wrestling on Friday night. Fair enough. We're here on demand after the fact. If you want to catch the replay, you know where to find us. Let's see here. Of course, yeah, just, these people are so nice. Stevie B and Mogs. Again, there's the channel they do their show. Please take a note of that if you haven't heard of it already. They're very kind. Sometimes I go on and shoot the breeze with them when they're live on Tuesday and Thursday nights. Good stuff. So I'm sorry about neglecting the chat. Here's my foil, Brandon Priest garbage truck videos. I'm back, and he's still talking about him. Who? Lou Gossett Jr. Now, we moved on to the game show stuff, if that's what you buy. Well, don't let the door hit your butt on the way out, sir. Lance Chafin says, love you, Esmeralda. Let's see here. Got to acknowledge the comments. I'm sorry. It's important, though. Yeah, man, that's killer. You guys stopped in. I appreciate it very much. Okay, Lance is having a conversation with sweet Sarah in Southern California. Hello. Yeah, Cindy D, letter D, says on YouTube, Valley of the Dolls was campy but good. Yes, and a little trivia. You know who was supposed to play in that movie? Supposed to Barbara. I'm sorry, Barbara Perkins. No, I'm having a moment going by memory, but the great Judy Garland was supposed to be in that movie, but the booze took over. She couldn't handle it, and they had to recast her. Let me just go on here. Sean Astin was also in the Goonies. Yes, Lance, good point. When I was talking about Patty Duke, this is the day as relieved that she passed away in 2016. And that's, of course, one of her sons. Let me just continue on here. Almost caught up. Tattletales. Yes, Lance. Cindy D says, I love Bert Convy and Charlie's Angels on the Love Boat. Nice looking man. Yeah, he had some good dimples, did he not? Now, a lot of people teased him. Stevie B saying hey to Danny Staten in South Carolina. Danny's the one that turned me on to their fine show. Just quickly, almost caught up with the comments. Every Tuesday and Thursday, 9 p.m. Eastern. Yes, please go to their channel and subscribe. You'll be glad you did. It's very, very entertaining. I'm always bouncing around because Sarah and I are every other Tuesday around the same time, but I'm multitasking. So, it's all one big family. Cindy D says, what's wrong with the black actor? He's an actor. Who cares what color he was? Fair enough. Was it something I said? It's the Academy that makes note of these things. It's the industry. It's not me. They designate categories. They just do. It's, I'm just stating the facts, ma'am. Don't shoot the messenger, please. Sorry, everyone. My nose is painful right now. Is it the pollen allergies? I hope you feel better. We tease each other, Brandon. I don't want you to be in pain. Sorry about that. Alex Trebek is going to be preempted tonight. Look, I've got too much planned. I'm sorry, Lance. I know I promised I would cover both Bert Convy and Alex Trebek. I may show a picture, tell a story about Alex, but I'm not going to have, we're going to do that next week because I think he deserves his own, like I did for Gene Rayburn and Richard Dawson. And tonight, Bert Convy, because we've got so many other, we're going to have trivia. We're going to play taglines. We're going to audibly say a slogan for a soda pop, and you guess what the soda is. And I'm going to play a commercial of that soda to reveal the answer. It's a lot of fun. We're going to play in taglines. That's the name of the game. Oh, and as a black woman, I was offended. I'm sorry. That's important. Cindy, no, please. I'm honoring him. That's an achievement. What he did in his acting career. You're right. No matter what race, religion, creed, I'm on the same side as you. I'm bringing people together. I'm not dividing them here. Believe me, I'm not. I apologize if I offended you in any way. What I was doing was reading notes that I found on the internet. And I try to rewrite it. I don't like to plagiarize anyone. So I apologize deeply about that. No offense was certainly intended there. People are wishing themselves happy Easter. Happy Easter. Happy Good Friday as we're live. Let's see. I'm here during commercials of his wrestling program. Well, that's cool. Pop in, pop out. That's what she said. That's what he said. Let's see. Almost caught up. There's just so many comments. Why are you wearing sunglasses? Because the eyes are bright. I'm not stoned or anything. I'm no drugs, no booze. I'm completely sober. I'm drinking coffee. Hey, look at my Easter coffee mug. Easter bunny. Not religious in terms of Easter. I just have a little bunny rabbit Easter coffee mug. This is coffee, no booze in it. I guarantee it. There's a nostalgic reference. What ad was that? Who said, I guarantee it? That's a terrible Cajun accent. That's a hint. Hello, it's Jerry Dobson. He has a great Facebook group, Nostalgia World on Facebook. Sorry, Jerry. I'm going to go on Facebook and look at the comments. I didn't know that about you, Judy. Thank you. Hello to Snarky and Sass. Please subscribe to her channel. I keep getting distracted. We're almost caught up. I was reacting to Brandon, not you. Oh, all this time. Well, I apologize on his behalf. Did he make an off-color remark? I just put a bunch of comments on the screen without sort of half reading them just to get through them quickly. So I apologize. Guys, listeners, I'm sorry. This is really bad audio. That's why I'm trying to read these aloud. Lance Chafin says, Chance, it's okay to spread the topics out. Cool. About Alex Trebek. Thanks for being understanding about that. Lance also says, happy Easter to everyone in chat. Happy Easter back to you, buddy. Brandon Priest garbage truck video says, I tripped over a piece of railroad track yesterday night and hit my nose on the track. Oh, so it's not allergies at all. That's you're suffering from that. Ugh, that sounds like something out of a horror movie or a Three Stooges bit. Geez, I'm sincerely, I hope you feel better. We tease each other, but I don't want you to be hurt. Dang. And again, as I said earlier, why, I'm doing a bad Seinfeld impression, why do we eat deviled eggs on Easter? Shouldn't they be called Jesus eggs or angelic eggs? Angel eggs? Anyway, just an observation. What do you think? Oh man, it jumped. Jim's camera at Dawn says Mogs and Stevie B have a positive, open-minded show. Yes, they do, as opposed to this show, which is closed-minded and bigoted. I'm kidding. It's not at all. Brandon Priest garbage truck videos out of Canada says, I'm a truck maintenance worker here in Canada. Esmeralda in Oregon State says about his injury, that's terrible. Sincerely, I hope you feel better. That's sweet. And I concur. And Snark and Seth says, we call them angel eggs. Well, that's cool. And they should be. I don't know why. Why do we call them deviled eggs? It's bizarre. And there's got to be a reason. I'm going to look that up. You know what? I said I would earlier. I'm going to look that up. I need to know the origin of deviled eggs. I usually do this ahead of time. You know what? Instead of just stopping the show, I'm going to play another clip of Bert, some funny moments of Super Password of Bert Convy while I look that up. Yes, that's what I'm going to do right now so that the show is not just taken to a complete halt. These are just about 2 minutes and 25 seconds long. Some funny moments of Bert Convy on Super Password.
The password is roll.
Ken, roll. Uh-oh, I said the word. I knew they were going to get it. I'd already given it away, you know.
Hot.
Red.
Well, all I could think of was royal. Yeah, that's where you were going. Now what? Oh, no. Not again. Don't tell me. You mean to tell me that royal was the answer to the puzzle? Let's see it. Okay, I give up. Cloth. Now, really, Bobby, that's the first time I've ever done that. Really? Isn't it the first time? Honest to God, it's the first time. I hope it's the last time.
Please. Millionaire.
Rockefeller.
Yep. That's it. See, the perfect clue. No. The perfect clue would have been oysters. Oh, never mind. I'm terribly sorry. What?
Pearl.
Oh, Jesus.
You did it?
I did it again.
You know, this is really disgusting.
One of these days, I blew the puzzle.
Why don't you just be quiet?
Didn't eat sand, pearl, and shellfish. It was oysters. Okay, Nathan.
Potato.
Spud.
That could have been a lot of things. Come on. Okay, plastic. She said I'd have said head. You know, potato head. That's what I. Plastic ears, glasses, and spud. Oh my God.
I knew that.
Where's it? This is terrible. What is the last one? Toy. Oh, to hell with it.
By the way, Sarah, I'm going to send you the link in Southern California. I want you to come on the show later if you're willing. I know a lot of people love you, and we'll talk. We'll talk. Coffee talk. later in the show, a meeting of Mr. Goodbar. Here's another quick clip. Oh, and I found out about deviled eggs. Stupid me, and I probably do seem like a real idiot here. Wait, where is it? Deviled, as everyone probably knows, it's an English word in reference to highly seasoned food, which was in use in the 18th century, which would be the 1700s, with the first known print reference appearing in 1786. And deviled eggs are also known as stuffed eggs, Russian eggs, or dressed eggs. And of course, they're hard-boiled eggs that have been peeled, cut in half, and filled with yolk, mixed with other ingredients such as mayonnaise and mustard. Can you make deviled eggs? I can't, but I sure can't eat them. I'm an egg sucker. So that's why it's called deviled eggs. It's an English term because of the seasoned food. What a strange thing. Let me just quickly go. In the 19th century, the adjective deviled came to be used most often with spicy or zesty food, including eggs prepared with mustard, pepper, or other ingredients stuffed in the yolk cavity. Ooh, that sounds painful and nasty. Similar uses of devil for spiced foods include deviled ham. I used to like deviled ham, even in the can. You know, it'd have that paper around the metallic can, and I'd spread it on a cracker. Again, I'm not being racist. I'm talking about a saltine. Sorry. Fra diavolo sauce, from the Italian word for devil. Now, at church functions in parts of the southern and Midwestern United States, the terms stuffed eggs, salad eggs, and dressed eggs occur instead to avoid the reference to the word devil. Well, good on them. I didn't know that people also, like me, think it's weird to eat deviled eggs on Easter Sunday when he is risen. So for this reason, the term angel eggs is also occasionally used. I've never heard of it. I thought I was being original. I've never heard anyone. So they're referred to deviled eggs as angel eggs. So there you have it, as they say. Now, getting back to Super Password, here's another hilarious moment. This is a 5-minute clip, but it's so funny. This is with Patty Duke. See, it all flows together on this show. Patty Duke and the great Rip Taylor. And spoiler alert, his hairpiece goes flying off. I think you know the clip I'm talking about. Let's watch it together and laugh together now.
The password is testimony.
Episcopalian.
Well, you sit up here and go in the dumper.
I didn't know that Episcopalian was a 16-syllable word.
Just shut up.
Oh, Tim. Episcopalian.
Episcopalian. Clergyman.
Is it a clergyman? Is it a clergyman, I said?
No, that was just
I guess that's a no. Is that?
No, it was his password. Nobody cares what you want to guess the puzzle at.
I guess it wasn't clergyman.
It's his first day.
It might be my last day if I don't do this better. Do we have a guess yet?
I said clergyman.
Okay. Moving right along. Patty. Where did I go?
Witness.
I'm not guessing.
Where did I go?
Hush, I'm telling her something.
Well, it's my show. I can do it if I want
to. Just make a guess anytime you want. I'll say it. It doesn't matter.
I go to Helen Keller again.
All right, Patty.
Oh, should I say it again?
Certainly.
Testimony.
Perfect clue. That's the word. Do you like the talk?
Well, that clip got me temporarily removed from YouTube, but we will be back. If you're watching Jerry Dobson on Facebook, we will hopefully be back. I'm surprised because that clip is everywhere But at least you saw the hairpiece coming off there. Doggone it. So let's get back now to talking about the great Bert Convy and his acting. Let's see here. Bert Convy turned to acting full-time in 1956 and was in the musical The Billy Barnes Review in Los Angeles before moving to New York City. He appeared in 10 Broadway shows, including Nowhere to Go But Up, Cabaret, I already mentioned that, in which he originated the role of Cliff, a fictionalized Christopher Isherwood, and The Impossible Years. He played reporter Hildy Johnson in a 1969 Broadway revival of The Front Page, which starred Robert Ryan. And the original Broadway cast of Fiddler on the Roof with Zero Mostel. Bert Convy played Perchik, the student, and sang the song, Now I Have Everything. He filled in for Raul Julia in the lead role in Guido Caniti in the Broadway musical 9 when Julia went on vacation. Bert Convy guest starred in an April 1960 episode of Perry Mason titled The Case of the Nimble Nephew. In the 1960 to 1961 season, Bert Convy guest starred on Pat O'Brien's short-lived sitcom Harrigan and Son and the series 77 Sunset Strip in the role of David. In 1961, Bert Convy appeared in the Alfred Hitchcock Presents episode titled Museum Piece. He portrayed Roxy in the pilot episode of The New Phil Silver Show in 1963, although the role went to Pat Ranella for the remainder of the series run. He was also cast on an episode of The Mary Tyler Moore Show as Mary's friend Jack Foster alongside future Alice star Beth Howland, who played Vera in Alice, about Mel's Diner in Phoenix, Arizona. Great sitcom. Lasted many, many years, 9 seasons. In 1973, Bert Convy was a guest star in 2 episodes of Hawaii Five-0. In 1974, Bert Convy portrayed Lieutenant Steve Ostrowski, the police officer nephew of elderly amateur sleuths on the short-lived series titled The Snoop Sisters. Bert Convy attempted a short-lived variety series called The Late Summer, Early Fall Bert Convy Show in 1976. In 1979, Bert Convy appeared with the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders in their television movie. Throughout his career, Bert Convy was a frequent guest star in such television shows as Bewitched, The British Are Coming, The British Are Coming. He was in one of the episodes that were filmed in Salem, Massachusetts during the 7th season of 8 total seasons of Bewitched. He also acted in Hawaii Five-0, already said that, The Partridge Family, Mission Impossible, The Silent Force, The New Phil Silver Show, Fantasy Island, To Play, Charlie's Angels, and Murder, She Wrote, including the pilot episode of Murder, She Wrote. On The Love Boat, in season 2, episode 11, he played Danny Holt, a divorced man who falls for his ex-wife's lawyer in the segment titled Legal Eagles, which was a 1978 episode of The Love Boat. In 1983, Bert Convy was cast as Neil Townsend on the sitcom titled It's Not Easy, playing opposite Ken Howard, who played Coach Reeves in The White Shadow for 3 seasons on CBS. And he also was once the president of the Screen Actors Guild and currently is alive. The nanny herself is the current president of the Screen Actors Guild. Fran Drescher. Bert Convy had joined the project when it was recast after its intended premiere in the 1982 to 1983 season was delayed. He earned the role originally given to Larry Breeding, who was killed in a car accident in September 1982 after the pilot had been filmed. Bert Convy also starred in several movies. Going to try to play that clip of Cannonball Run. Just the trailer. It just, these bots give me such grief on YouTube. But I keep rolling because we're still live on X. We're still live on Twitch. We're still on Facebook Live. So I'll put it on after the fact. Hopefully there'll be no issue moving forward. Jeez Louise. I can't believe a clip from Super Password triggered the bots who are on a search and destroy mission to get me. But Bert Convy also starred in several movies, perhaps most notably Semi-Tough in 1977, in which he played a caricature of Werner Erhard, named Friedrich Bismarck. His other film credits included A Bucket of Blood in 1959, Susan Slade in 1961. I don't want to repeat myself. We already talked about these. The horror film Jennifer in 1978. SST, Death Flight in 1977. Hanging by a Thread in 1979. Racket in 1979. The Man in the Santa Claus Suit in 1979. Hero at Large in 1980. The Cannonball Run in 1981. And the television movie Help Wanted Mail in 1982. Bert Convy tried his hand at directing with the comedy Weekend Warriors in 1986 while he was hosting Super Password on NBC. And in 1980, Convy produced and directed the Goodspeed Musicals premiere of Zapata with music and lyrics by Harry Nilsson and Perry Botkin Jr. with Alan Katz. Last bit about Bert Convy, and we'll try to play that trailer to Cannonball Run. In terms of his personal life, Bert Convy was married twice. He married Ann Anderson in 1959, who was in the clip on Tattletales I played previously. Got that backwards. It's like dyslexia of the tongue there. Woo! And together they had 3 children. Ann and Bert did. Daughter Jennifer, son Joshua, and son Jonah. Oh, God, I'm making so many mistakes tonight. Take 2. Bert Convy was married twice. He married Ann Anderson in 1959. Together, they had 3 children, Jennifer, Joshua, and Jonah. Convy and Anderson divorced in 1991, just before he died. Bert Convy married his second wife, Catherine Hills, 5 months before his death. Was she a gold digger? I don't know. I guess it was love. I don't know. But it's sad when a marriage falls apart, especially when there's children involved. In April 1990, this is sad, Bert Convy was admitted to Cedars Sinai Medical Center after collapsing while visiting his mother, who had been hospitalized for a stroke. He was diagnosed with a brain tumor, which forced him into retirement. On Monday, July 15th, 1991, Bert Convy died at his home in Brentwood in Los Angeles, 8 days before his 58th birthday. Bert Convy is buried at Forest Lawn Memorial Park in the Hollywood Hills area of Los Angeles. Rest in peace, Bert Convy, gone since 91. Now I'm going to play the clip from the trailer to Cannonball Run, and then coming right up, we're going to talk about some incredible character replacements on TV in terms of the actors, the main topic of tonight's show, and have some great images to show you. It's pretty much images from here on out in terms of that topic. I don't have that many clips, so the bots hopefully will not be unkind to me on that. So let me do this. Let me go here. And there's a lot more, 70 more comments to play. Good grief. I really appreciate it. Let's try to watch a little bit of the Cannonball Run trailer. No, you know what? Before that, check that. I don't think the bots have an issue with this. I want to play a clip of Bert Convy talking about why he left Win, Lose, or Draw. It's only 24 seconds long. Let's listen.
This is for Bert. Bert, how do you get on to the Win, Lose, and Draw, and why aren't you hosting it anymore?
Well, we have this new show that we're really trying to get launched in a strong way. So we brought on Rob Weller, who's doing the show now, and to get on the show, just like these guys, you call the Win, Lose, or Draw office here in Los Angeles. On the show, just look for the number and give them a call.
Yes.
There you go. He was appealing to the public. Now, I'm going to roll the dice. I'm going to say a little prayer to the bots. Please let this keep the YouTube live stream on, because that's where most of the comments are from as we're live. I don't want to go away, and I don't want the stream to go down. There's a 3-minute clip to go down permanently tonight. That would suck. Here we go.
This is the story of an average guy and a beautiful girl.
Hi.
Don't tell me your name. I'll just call you Beauty.
You must be a sensitive person. I bet you're a fan of Rod McEwen's.
I try to be.
And his best friend.
I am Captain Chaos. Been a cop long?
And a family doctor.
Police. Come on right here.
And how they all set out one day in an ambulance from New York to California at 150 miles per hour.
California, here we come.
But they aren't the only ones. Because this is the Cannonball Run, America's illegal Grand Prix. And it doesn't matter how you get there. It's who gets there first. Burt Reynolds is the defending champion. On his team, Farrah Fawcett.
Are you one of those volleyballers?
Cannonballs.
Dom DeLuise and Jack Elam. And here comes the competition.
Will you hurry up, you little...
Dean Martin.
We happen to be in a race.
Sammy Davis Jr.
You, Shorty. Where'd you get all that jewelry?
Take a left.
Mel Tillis and Terry Bradshaw. Jackie Chan. And Roger Moore as himself.
I'm Roger Moore. Roger Moore.
All of them. Reckless.
We're in kind of a hurry, so if you could just bless it and then we'll be...
Unscrupulous.
Oh, I gotta bless her. Oh, I'm sorry, Father. She's a Zen Buddhist.
Desperate characters.
Ready, fire!
By land, by sea, by air. They'll do anything, drive anything, say anything.
It's hard to understand you.
When I called you, I was doing 140 miles an hour.
And stop at nothing.
Normally I drive right around the speed limit.
We all make mistakes, miss. But 160?
To win the Cannonball Run.
Yeah, we're looking good. Come on, faster!
Cannonball Run. The only movie to get over 200 tickets before it even opens.
That cannonball. Perfect.
Great movie. And some great comments coming in, except for you, Brandon. Must be your nose, right? It's kind of a funny comment. He said, where is it? He was taken down for being boring, not because of the content. Oh, man. He loves to get my goat, that Brandon. So we're going to move along. So rest in peace, Bert Convy. That's the conclusion of part 4 of our tribute to great game show legends who are no longer with us in terms of hosting. Yeah, we're getting to that. Don't get ahead of me. Comment if I don't get to it. I'm going to start that topic right now. Finally, of classic actors who were replaced. Let's see here. Let me get to the clips. Get to the pick. So let me show you what I'd prepared for you guys and gals tonight. But I want to look at the chart first. So look at whom we've covered already. We've yet to cover Bob Barker or Ray Combs or Dick Clark, Alan Ludden. We haven't covered Jack Nars yet. There's I won't go through the whole list. Tom Kennedy, have not covered him yet. Regis Philbin, Alex Trebek. Alex Trebek will be next week. We'll get back to that topic next week. So now let's go on and so coming up pretty soon will be Tom Kennedy, Jack Nars, who were brothers in real life. There they are in later years, but next week we'll be talking about Alex Trebek. And that's one of my favorite game shows. I wish would have a comeback in a new format, Concentration, which NBC owns. And I said this before, I'm really enjoying Password with Jimmy Fallon and Keke Palmer as host. I didn't think I'd care for it. It's one of my favorite versions of Password. It's really good. I like how she mugs for the camera, the host. She's hilarious. Very, very good personality. I really like Keke Palmer, whom I met on the set of Joyful Noise when I played one of Dolly Parton's sons in a funeral scene. Let's see here. I'm right next to Dolly in the scene. I have one line along with everybody else. Amen. So, another thing I found this week was kind of cool. No, I already showed that. And I showed this too. There's the new 007, the new James Bond. It's going to be Gonzo the Great, replacing Daniel Craig. I thought that was cute. Scott Kimbler posted that. That's where I got that, to give credit where credit's due. In the Atlanta area, he's a radio reporter with GNN. And I saw that in his Facebook, and I stole it. I got to admit it. But these are just some of the folks we're going to be talking about in our ongoing Game Show Great segment. And then Jim's camera at Dawn sent me this picture of his collectibles, which we talked about last time. Okay, let's start with the main topic. This was the thumbnail image of tonight's show. In the live version, here's another one showing the two Darren. So this is so irritating. I met a guy from England once, and we were talking about TV, and he goes, I go, what's one of your favorite things and least favorite things about TV? And he goes, well, I want to start with the least favorite. He goes, I hate it when they put a new head on a character. And I go, what do you mean put a new head on a character? And what he meant was literally a new face, meaning recast. I thought that was an interesting way to put it. I don't know if that's a British thing or something that he came up with himself, but I thought that was pretty cool. By the way, I found this photo from the last season of Bewitched. This was taken in 1971. And what's cool is you see the twins. You see Diane and Aaron Murphy. Diane had been recast pretty much after season 3. As they grew, they were less identical looking, and they got around the child labor rules and just used one of the twins. But that's kind of cool how they brought her back for that photo years later. There's Bernie Capel in the background. There's Bernard Fox on the far right, Dr. Bombay, Agnes Moorehead. I mean, you know all these actors. Oh, man, I like them all. Bernie Capel was the doc in The Love Boat after Bewitched. There's Paul Lynde, front left, who played Uncle Arthur in only like 11 episodes of the original Bewitched. And then there's the twins who played Adam in the far right corner there. Good stuff. Maurice Evans, who was also in the original Planet of the Apes movie, playing the leader. Don't look for it, Taylor. You might not like what you find. He played the orangutan leader. Let me see here. And then also this week, quick things in history, and we'll get to the casting. 50 years ago, the original Rockford Files TV movie aired. Lindsay Wagner, before she was the Bionic Woman, guest starred in that movie. It was a 90-minute movie, as was Bill Mooney, and that's how he looked in the first Rockford Files, a 90-minute movie before it was greenlit as a weekly series, debuting in the fall of 1974, 50 years ago. Looked kind of like a hippie. Another interesting thing we'll go through quickly is I saw this on the interwebs on Facebook, and it's a TV Guide ad for the finale of Alf. But what I found interesting, the finale aired in 1990. Behind him is the spaceship from V, the series and the miniseries by Kenneth Johnson, writer, director, producer of V, the original miniseries. He had nothing to do with V, the final battle, except for an on-screen credit created by. But they recycled the ship in Alf, at least in these promotional marketing pieces. I think that's pretty cool. And excuse me, V ended in 1985, 5 years before Alf did. So now you've seen this picture all over the internet. I'm sorry, listeners. There's a picture from 1978 celebrating the 50th anniversary of CBS. And you had all these talents. Even Lassie is there. You can't really see Lassie. Lassie's front, just off camera there. And you see Carol O'Connor. You see James Arness. It just the stars and talents of the major CBS shows. You had Sherman Hemsley, who played George Jefferson. You can see William Conrad Cannon. But what's cool, this is new to me. There's a legend or a map identifying each of the stars. So if you're listening, I would encourage you to go to the Nostalgic Podblast Facebook group if you want to see it, or just go to the YouTube channel and look for the two Darrens. You'll know you're in the right place. Click it and go to the 1 hour, 25 minute mark, and you will see this legend. So, oh, that's for next week. Hostess fruit pie. Sorry, I haven't done that post yet. Let me get to it. Where is it? All right, we're gonna start finally with the main topic. I just had to get queued up. Now, before you chime in with yours, let's go over some people who were replaced. Let's start with this. Let's start with this talent. Richard Thomas, who was John Boy in The Waltons. And by the way, he's going to be in Atlanta at the Fox Theater this May in the Broadway play where Broadway comes to Atlanta, To Kill a Mockingbird. He's a tremendous actor. I liked him playing in a TV movie. It was so good. He played not Waylon Jennings. He played. I'm having a brain fart. Who did he played? Hey, good looking. The son of Hey, good looking. What you got cooking? Hank Williams Jr. That's it. Hank Williams Jr. in a great TV movie. And they depicted him falling from the rocks and having extensive facial injuries. And it was really well done. He's just a tremendous talent. Well, he left the Waltons. We talked about that in a previous show. I think I did with Sarah on her channel, My Flock, about TV stars who left hit shows to act in movies and failed. And he was one of the ones that I listed because his movie career did not take off, even though he's mega talented. Well, on the Waltons, he was replaced by an actor named Robert Reitman. Last name is spelled Wightman. And he's a capable actor as well. There he is John Boy on the far right, obviously. This is a prime example. And I have some clips of his work I want to share. Now, this is going to be adult in nature. Let me explain. He did a movie released in 1992, filmed in 1991 called The Stepfather 3. It was a horror movie, a comedy / horror, mostly horror, by ITC Entertainment, who distributed it, who also distributed Space 1999 and UFO and a lot of other shows like The Protectors. And I won't go down the list. Everyone knows ITC. I show the ITC logo at the beginning of this very program. And currently, MeTV is airing season 9 of The Waltons, in which he portrays John Boy. And he just came back from World War II. In the storyline, World War II has just ended in the final season of The Waltons. And then they also had those TV movies just about every year, several. After it ended, holiday theme movies, Thanksgiving. And it started as a Christmas TV movie back in 1971, The Waltons did, by Earl Hamner Jr., who was the narrator of that show. So now I want to play a couple clips, and then we'll get back to the fun. I just want to get this out of the way while it's queued up of Mr. Reitman as the stepfather. Let me play the trailer. I think we'll be cool with this. You just never freaking know. And then we'll get back to the topic. Here's the trailer to Mr. Reitman in Stepfather 3.
In a perfect community, a perfect mom
I love you very much, Andy.
can meet a perfect stranger.
You found us.
I sure did. She knows what she wants.
Oh, I want to make love to you.
She knows what she feels.
I do.
But what she doesn't know
You are the most incredible man I have ever known.
could kill her.
Authorities have finally come up with their first solid lead on the escaped family serial killer.
What are those scars behind your ears?
You're gonna look like a new man. Different but quite normal.
Authorities believe the wanted killer had plastic surgery and then murdered the physician at least 9 months ago.
I want to find out who my stepfather really is.
Andy, now you're taking this too far. It's got to stop right now.
You have no idea how important my family is to me.
Here's the most recent photograph of the family serial killer. He's considered extremely dangerous.
I know what's going on, you know.
Silence is golden, Mr. Thompson.
In a mind of madness,
This is your home. I am your daddy.
there is no right.
Has he ever hurt you?
There is no wrong.
You just can't break up the family.
There is no mercy.
Oh my God.
Stepfather 3, a family tradition, continues.
Sleep tight. Daddy needs a family.
Don't let the bed bugs bite.
Well, we're down on YouTube. Oh, well, I'm going to continue on for everyone watching on X or Twitch or Facebook Live. So that was the Stepfather 3 trailer. And I have another clip to play from Stepfather. This is just 11 seconds long. Reitman his character is just so weird in Stepfather 3.
Look what I got for you, a genuine pro model.
Are you crazy? I can't play football.
Sure you can. All you gotta do is try.
And so the kid's obviously in a wheelchair. It just shows how out of touch this character is with reality. And then I have another clip. Wait a second. Well, Sarah in Southern California has let me know that I may come back up. I don't know. There was that clip. And I had another. Now I'm so scared to play clips. Let me put some comments on the screen. Put some comments on the screen. I hope so. I don't know if I'll be back or not. Yep, I do know. Let me see. No, not the bots. Not the bots. They're on a search and destroy mission now. What should I do? Yeah, that's Terry from Three's Company. There's a scene really wicked in this movie. They're married, as you saw in the trailer. And there's a scene where they were a family show. I'll put this politely. They're making love. And it's not tender. It's not loving. It's not a beautiful moment. At least not for her, because he's going, the stepfather's going, must have a baby. Must have while he's like, you don't see any nudity, but you see them side by side. You see both of their facial expressions, and he's going like, must have a baby. And she's looking at him like there's no joy in her face. It's an odd scene. Very, very strange. And it was, of course, played by the actress who played Terry in Three's Company, Priscilla Barnes, the third and final blonde on Three's Company. Let's see. What else do we got here for you? I guess I shouldn't play any more Stepfather 3. Let me see here. I had some other funny clips from that movie, but now I'm scared to try it. Jim says, be sure to tip your waiters and waitresses. The show will return shortly. Esmeralda says, oh, I'm back on YouTube anyway. Cindy D, I'm sorry if this was not a good experience for you, but please give it another shot later. You're a delight to have in chat. Oh, was she offended by something? Let me see. Cindy D. Oh, the chat. Yeah. Gotta go. Don't like the cussing in chat. Have a good night. Yeah, I know. Thanks, Brandon. That's your fault, Brandon. You scared a new viewer off. We're a family show here. How dare you, sir? No, seriously, I don't like anyone running along. And hello to TD. I haven't acknowledged that she's here with us. Hello to TD. And I guess you were right, Sarah. I thought I was going to be down for good tonight on YouTube anyway. Sorry, people on Facebookers. But damn. And Lance says, love you, Cindy. And I do too. Let's see what someone on Facebook says. This is probably Jerry Dobson of Nostalgia World commenting on Facebook. I wonder whatever happened to Robert Reitman. He did an amazing job taking over the role of John Boy in the last couple seasons of The Waltons. Seemed like he fell off the map after he did Stepfather 3. Yeah. Man, I'm scared to play the clips. I pulled a couple other clips from Stepfather 3, and I'm getting a little chicken to play them. Sarah, what do you think? Should I go for it? I don't want to get knocked down because I have our trivia game coming up with the classic soda commercials and taglines, and we still haven't really covered the main topic, recasting of popular characters. And then I found another. By the way, I'll talk about this. Barry King, after we were live, mentioned something I did not know, and that's that Richard Dawson, I told you how he was a fill-in host for The Tonight Show starring Johnny Carson. He interviewed William Shatner back in 1979 promoting Star Trek The Motion Picture. How cool is that? And those were the two dudes who were the main focus of last week's show, Richard Dawson and William Shatner, talking about William Shatner's 93rd birthday. Very cool. And I have that clip, but I don't think I'm going to play it. It's kind of long. It's 12 minutes long. But it's on YouTube. Look it up. Just look up The Tonight Show. If you want to see it, if you're a nostalgia head like me, look up William Shatner, Richard Dawson Tonight Show and watch it yourself. It's pretty damn cool. And thanks to Barry King for telling me about that footage. Let's see. I'm going to try to play another clip from, I don't know if it's worth it, Stepfather 3. I'll try to play this.
Sorry, didn't mean to startle you.
That's all right. I didn't see you. Can I help you?
Maybe. I'm Mark Grinnell. We met at the Easter dance, remember? I live around here. And you're new in town, aren't you?
Yes, I am. I'm Keith Grant.
I better not play it. I don't know. Now I'm getting chicken. I'm getting cold feet. I think at the end, I will try to play the other 2 clips from Stepfather. In fact, I have a 1-minute clip of all the deaths in Stepfather 3. I better save to the end because there's a lot of, it's not really terribly gory, but there is some blood, and I don't want anyone to be taken aback by that. So now we're going to talk about, back to the main topic. I know I'm bouncing around here. Let me get to my photos and get back to the main topic at hand. Recasting of popular characters. Right. So I guess the main one, we'll talk about the 2 Darrens in just a little bit. That was the image I chose for the thumbnail image of the live stream of Tonight Show, which also I'll post after it's live. I'll premiere it with probably with this thumbnail image just to separate the 2, even though it's the same material. But let me get back to what I'd prepared here. I found an article from 2016 in MeTV. I'm going to share with you and just talk about this. Oh, you know what I didn't do? God, see, I'm really messing up. Bad. I just a couple quick pictures I want to share with you about Bert Convy. Oh man, I meant to show this. This is sad. There's his obituary. I'm sorry. I'm all over the place, but they're going down threw me off. The stream going down on YouTube Live. There's one of the newspaper articles about his death. For anyone watching that wants to pause it and read the article, I'm not going to read it. That would be pretty boring, but it basically says Bert Convy. No, see, I'm contradicting myself right out of the gate. But here is a shot of his gravesite. I meant to show that earlier. So rest in peace, Bert Convy. All right, now back to the game. Or the topic, rather, of people that were recast. So we talked about the 2 John boys. Let's talk about this character that was recast 3 times. This is science fiction related. This is an action adventure show, The $6 Million Man. There were 3 Rudy Wells actors. On your left, you see Martin Balsam, whom a lot of you may remember from Archie Bunker's Place playing Murray, Archie's partner in the first couple seasons. He left after season 2 of that show, not happy with the scripts. And they had him move to San Francisco and marry a woman and wrote him out of the show. But he played the original doctor that repaired Colonel Steve Austin and made him bionic. Then in the middle, Alan Oppenheimer took over the role with the second television movie titled Wine, Women, and War, which is a 90-minute TV movie on ABC in 1973. Oh, I didn't mention on the left, that was from the very first TV movie, Cyborg, the $6 Million Man. Barbara Anderson was in that as well as somewhat of a love interest. Pretty blonde. She's best known for acting in Ironside, and she was in an original Star Trek episode, Conscience of the King, from season 1 of the original Star Trek. Beware the Ides of March. She played a psychotic, beautiful lady. And then the Rudy on the far right, Martin E. Brooks, whom I met in Burbank, California in 2007. He's no longer with us. He's probably the best known and best loved actor who played that role. And a strange thing is that after Martin E. Brooks replaced the role from Alan Oppenheimer in the middle, Alan Oppenheimer, like the movie Oppenheimer, returned to play the character. Totally screwing up the continuity for the viewer and confusing the viewer. And that happened on the $6 Million Man. Now, trivia question, which of these 3 portrayed Dr. Rudy Wells on The Bionic Woman? Which of those three actors portrayed Dr. Rudy Wells on The Bionic Woman? I'll just tell you, the guy on the far right, Martin E. Brooks, and he got an on-screen opening credit, as did Richard Anderson, the boss of Rudy Wells and the $6 Million Man and the Bionic Woman, the head of the OSI, the Office of Scientific Intelligence, the fictional government agency that funded the rebuilding of Colonel Steve Austin after his NASA crash that took out 2 legs, his right arm, and an eye. And look at Richard Anderson on the right, sans hairpiece. Image on the left is from Kill Oscar Part 2, which is an episode of The $6 Million Man in a 3-part crossover. They introduced the Fembots, who were created by John Houseman's character. He earned it. From the Paper Chase movie and TV show, it was unbelievable that he agreed to play a character in the somewhat fluffy at that point $6 Million Man and Bionic Woman TV shows. Now, $6 Million Man started very adult, very good, based on the novel by Martin Caidin, Cyborg. And then it became a little more, as it grew in popularity, they aired it on ABC on Sunday night eventually, when it became a weekly show. After, the second season, during the second season, it became a Sunday night show at 7:00. So, they had to sort of dumb down the show a little bit per network rules. But, yeah. So that was a classic recasting. And which was your favorite Rudy Wells? Wine, Women, and War is probably my favorite of the 3 TV movies. There were 3 movies that aired before it was a weekly 1-hour series, debuting in January 1974. I think January 18th, 1974 on ABC. And $6 Million Man lasted for 5 seasons. Bionic Woman for 3 seasons. This is my voice, excuse me. But also, Britt Eklund was in Wine, Women, and War, the second TV movie, and they put like a James Bond song. They're trying to make it like a Bond film. Glenn A. Larson wrote the lyrics. It was pretty cheesy. Dusty Springfield sung that song. I've played it before on the show. Not going to play it tonight with the bots running haywire on me. But there you go. Now, here's another recasting. I'm just going to show an image. This was horrible. In 1985, they brought back I Dream of Jeannie with Wayne Rogers as the major character. Major Anthony Nelson, who started as a captain in season 1 of I Dream of Jeannie. I got a Jeannie bottle, too. I have in my collection a prop season 1, black and white season, I Dream of Jeannie bottle. See if I can, yeah, there you go. Which is a 1964 whiskey bottle. Look at that. So there's a prop bottle. I wish I had a Jeannie in real life. But look, man, I mean, I like Wayne Rogers. He was in MASH. He quit MASH. Speaking of MASH, I'll say this. I meant to say this later in the show. MASH was one of the shows that did not recast characters. They would kill them off, whether the actor requested to be taken off the show and quit, like Larry Linville and Wayne Rogers. And one of the worst examples of all time of an actor quitting a hit show to try to do a show on their own and failing was McLean Stevenson, whose chopper had crashed in the storyline and shocked everybody. The cast wasn't even told that was going to happen. But Wayne Rogers is no longer with us. He became a financial expert and a financial advisor, and he made a lot of money on the stock market, and he was on the Fox Business Channel before he died. He was one of Neil Cavuto's regular panelists. But of course, he was an actor. He was in an Invaders episode with Gene Hackman, The Spore, season 2 of that program. There I go again, going back to the damn Invaders. But that's just horrible recasting, because we all know Larry Hagman. Of course, he was a big star in Dallas at that point, playing J.R. Ewing. And Larry Hagman was very selective of roles after Who Shot J.R. shot him to superstardom, earning more than Carol O'Connor on All in the Family. Larry Hagman became one of the highest paid TV actors of all time, thanks to the rating success on November 21st, 1980, when the episode aired in season 4 of Dallas that told the world who had shot J.R. It was Kristen's younger sister. So let's move on with another. Well, you know what? I'm gonna read from my little script I prepared. Now, this is from MeTV, and I've interjected, so I want to give credit where credit's due. This is from a 2016 MeTV.com article titled 11 of the Most Shocking Character Replacements on TV. And I added some in here. I've changed it around, so it's not just me plagiarizing, but I'm going to read a little bit from this article. Things were never the same after these actors took over. Here, let me take that photo down. After these actors took over. Okay. First, we've got to start with the two Darrens in Bewitched. So I'm going to put that image back up again. I need to breathe. I'm about to have a heart attack here. Okay. Got to start with these two. The two Darrens in Bewitched. Perhaps the biggest character replacement in TV history is when Dick York left Bewitched in 1969, at the conclusion of the 5th season out of 8 seasons, at the end of the 68-69 season, because he suffered from back problems. Now, I'm going to interject here. Chance Bartels, your humble host of the Nostalgic Podblast, Herbie J. Paletto's book about Bewitched. He had chronicled from Dick York's own family members. He became addicted to painkillers, and they had to prop him up on like a board in between takes. And it got to the point where he just called in sick due to the pain he sustained and a spinal cord injury on the set of another production years before Bewitched even began. He was unable to film full time. And when the show replaced Dick York with Dick Sargent, the ratings took a dive and never recovered. So there's that example. Let me know about your strangest examples of recasting in the comments. So here's another one. Becky Connor. This was really strange in Roseanne. Did any of you watch Roseanne? Now, this might be the most confusing character replacement of all time. When Lacey Goranson on the left decided to attend college, she was replaced by Sarah Chalk, seen on the right. In the 8th season, the original actor returned and alternated episodes with the other actress. But when Roseanne was picked up for a 9th season, the original, I'm sorry, God dang. When Roseanne was picked up for a 9th season, the second actress who played Becky resumed the role full time. Okay, I really botched that one, folks. Next up, the Partridge Family. This was really crazy. Chris Partridge, the character of Chris Partridge. Well, Brian Forster on the right replaced Jeremy Gelbwax on the left after the first season when his family moved away from Los Angeles. But his departure was a welcome one, with David Cassidy saying that Gelbwax, quote, had a personality conflict with every person in the cast and the producers, unquote. Now, that's a lot of drama for such a small kid. But they also had changed the theme song between season 1 and season 2 of the Partridge Family. There were differences in the lyrics. So there's another example. So let's move along to this example, which I don't think, this one's very understandable. Did you know that there were 2 Alice Cramdens? And the Honeymooners, the predecessor of the Honeymooners, first was on Cavalcade of Stars on the Dumont Network in 1950 to 51. Pert Kelton was the actress on the left who played the original Alice Cramden in the very first Honeymooners sketch. And then when the show went to CBS, it was retitled The Jackie Gleason Show, starting in 1952, the fall of 52. And the role was taken over by Audrey Meadows. And at first, when she first auditioned, Jackie Gleason deemed her too pretty. So she showed up for a second audition without any makeup on and wearing really dowdy clothing, and she earned the part. Now, here's an interesting thing. This is from the MeTV article. Pert Kelton on the left originally portrayed Alice Cramden in the Honeymooners skits. However, she was replaced by Audrey Meadows on the right after being blacklisted from Hollywood. When Jackie Gleason revived the characters in color in the late 1960s, Sheila McRae stepped into the role of Alice Cramden. Now, the story is in the books I've read about the Honeymooners that Pert Kelton had a heart ailment. She had a health problem, which prevented her from continuing on as Alice Cramden when the show joined the CBS television network. For a lot of money, Jackie Gleason got a big fat contract. Now, next up, this is another really offbeat one from The Odd Couple. Look at the kid on the right. Does he look familiar? Look at the kid on the left. Does he look familiar? They're both stars in their own right. Think about that. and I'll get back to the chat. I know I've neglected chat, but the character of Leonard Unger in The Odd Couple, before they were teen heartthrobs, Willie Ames on the left, who later was one of the stars of Eight Is Enough as Tommy, and Leif Garrett, or Life Garrett, some say Leif, some say Leif. Leif Garrett on the right, who is the younger brother of Don Lynn, who played Dodie in My Three Sons, incidentally, who has had some health problems. We always say a prayer for Don Lynn. She's been in a coma off and on in the hospital here in 2023 and 2024. We're live here in 2024, but she's been in the hospital a long time. Can you imagine the medical bills? I hope there's a GoFundMe for her. But, and they also acted together in season 3 of Wonder Woman in the season 3 premiere. My Teenage Heartthrob is Missing is the name of the episode that Life Garrett acted with Don Lynn, his sister. And that was kind of weird, kind of like a Donnie Marie semi-creepy thing, creepy but not creepy, where Don Lynn's character is infatuated by Leif Garrett's character of a rock star in that Wonder Woman episode. But anyway, there's Willie Ames, who doesn't really look like he did on Eight Is Enough with the curly hair. It doesn't really look like him there. And Leif Garrett, they both shared the role of Leonard Unger on The Odd Couple. Now we're going to talk about one of my favorite nighttime soaps. This was a very litigious recasting. The role of Miss Ellie, the original Miss Ellie on Dallas, was played by Barbara Bel Geddes, who had been in the Alfred Hitchcock film Vertigo and many other projects. But she's, of course, the original Miss Ellie actress from the pilot of Dallas, going way back to 1978. They shot it in late 77, and the winter of 77, partially in Dallas, in Texas, the state of Texas, on the fictional South Fork Ranch. But look at the right. That's, of course, Donna Reed. She sued when Barbara Bel Geddes, who had quit Dallas, leading to her being replaced by Donna Reed, decided to come back to Dallas. And they, of course, wanted the original actor back. So Barbara Bel Geddes on the left originated the role of Miss Ellie Ewing in 1978 and played her until her departure in 1984. That's when veteran actress Donna Reed on the right took over, but only for 1 year. And when Barbara Bel Geddes returned, Donna Reed sued for breach of contract and settled for 7 figures. And you know what? She died shortly thereafter. Donna Reed. I'm not saying that she cursed herself. I don't think it's related. It's just ironic. Donna Reed, who has a great reputation for the most part. I mean, she goes back to It's a Wonderful Life, for goodness sakes. And the Donna Reed show after that. But that kind of sucks that she sued because she wasn't the original actress. I mean, I guess you do what you got to do. She died on January 14th, 1986, pretty much at the end of 85, early 86, technically, but at the age of 64. Donna Reed died then. And coming up, I have another Dallas replacement. Let me see here. Donna Reed died on January 14th, 1986 of pancreatic cancer in Beverly Hills, California. She had been diagnosed with the illness 3 months before and was told it was at a terminal stage. Her remains are at the Westwood Village Memorial Park Cemetery in Los Angeles. So rest in peace to Donna Reed. So yeah, I mean, that recasting went to the courts and settled actually before a judgment was entered. So now we're going to talk about these ladies. Still on the Dallas show. Jenna Wade was the character, and Jenna Wade appeared sporadically on the first few seasons of Dallas, first played by Morgan Fairchild. And then by another actress not seen here, Francine Tacker. But it wasn't until 1983 that the role became more prominent and permanent thanks to Priscilla Presley on the right. Incidentally, Priscilla Presley also appeared in The Fall Guy in 1982, in the 82-83 second season of that program, in an episode titled Manhunter, which was on Amazon Prime for free, but now they're charging to watch that episode. I think it's $1.99. But there's another example of putting a new head on a character. Now let's see where we are in our list. Moving along. Oh, yes, we got to get back to this show. Bewitched. Gladys Kravitz. Now, when someone dies, it's of course understandable that they're recast, but I kind of think it'd be better if they just wrote the character off as having died or moved away or something. But this was such a key character in terms of the panos of Samantha's magic and Immortal seeing it, you know, the shtick of, oh my God, look what she did now. That sort of thing. You know, it was integral to the plots. So they kind of had to keep that character around. But let me get back to my little MeTV article. Gladys Kravitz and Bewitched. The popular Alice, it says Pearson. I thought it was Alice Pierce. Hang on, let me do some quick fact checking here. Wait a minute. Hold the phone. Alice Pierce? I thought it was Alice Pierce. Not Pearson. I'm right. Yes, I have a brain. It's Alice Pierce. P like pear, C-E. Alice P-E-A-R-C-E. The MeTV article said Alice Pearson. They spelled it P-E-A-R-S-O-N. And I love MeTV. I'm just saying, I hate it when articles don't have an editor or no one catches that key mistake. But the popular Alice Pierce won an Emmy Award for her portrayal of Gladys Kravitz. Unfortunately, she died of ovarian cancer during production of the second season in early 1966. Producers decided to replace her with Sandra Gold, seen on the right, who held her own for the rest of the series as that character Gladys Kravitz. Wow. I'm going to play a clip of sound effects from Bewitched really quickly that I'd pulled. I can't imagine this being an issue, but you just never know. I don't want to jinx myself. I'm going to knock on wood, say a prayer. I was going to play my favorite opening of Bewitched. Let me just try the sound effects. Just a few seconds, 45 seconds of Bewitched sound effects. My favorite sound effect wasn't in that clip. When Samantha would make something levitate, like a candlestick, it would go. You know what I mean? I like that sound effect. Anyway, I'm going to try to play the best opening. It's a Lost season 3 opening, the first color season of Bewitched. 38 seconds long. It's been stripped from syndication. This was the version on the TBS versions and the syndicated versions when I was younger. Gen Xers may remember this. Esmeralda. I'm sure Sarah won't remember it because on the DVD, they tacked on in all the Dick York episodes, season 1 through 5, the season 1 slow version of the opening credits of Bewitched. They just took it out. And this was lost, and it's my personal favorite opening credit sequence of Bewitched for season 3. And it was used in season 4 and 5 as well. Please, Lord, let me play this without the stream going down. That's my favorite right there. Look at some comments. Let's see. Let me go back to the comments and we'll get back to what we're talking about. I don't want to neglect anybody. I love Jeannie, says TD. TD, I could see you in a Halloween costume. I'm sorry to point. I mean to point at you as Jeannie. Let's see here. Am I still on the air? Yeah, I am for now. Let's see here. TD, I can see you as Jeannie. Have you dressed up as Jeannie before in cosplay, TD? Oh, geez. There's so many comments. All right, let me see here. Let's go back. I'm just going to address these comments and we'll get back to talking about popular characters that were recast. Star Trek aired in 1919. Okay. You're a funny guy. Let's see here. You can say whatever you want, Brandon. I mean, you already ran off the angel in the chat. Damage is done, dude. Terrell Eugene Ballinger, our friend, says, my most notable sitcom recasting was a switch from Janet Hubert to Daphne Maxwell Reed, a.k.a. Mrs. Tim Reed, as Vivian Banks on The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air in season 3 for obvious reasons. Yes, usually it's always money, or a death, unfortunately, in the an actor dying. Let's see. That's a good one. That's on my list, but I don't think I pulled a photo yet. But yes, absolutely. Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. That's a great call. Getting back to that Alf photo. I think Alf did this. Let's see here. Got to put all these comments on the screen. Sorry, listeners. Why would anyone block TD? And that's got to be a joke. She's pretty. And she's nice and funny, too. More importantly, she's smart. And so is Sarah in Southern California. I'm not saying anyone's not intelligent. Excuse me. Coughing into the mic. I made chili and cornbread, says Lance Chafin. That's a great... Hey, you're in Kansas City, Missouri. That's a Southern thing. That's cool, man. You must have some origins in the South at some point. Chili, I'm jealous. Brandon Priest Garbage Truck Videos says to Lance. I am too. That looks... Did you put a lot of good butter on that cornbread? I don't like crackling cornbread. No offense to anyone who does. It's just a little too spicy. I like traditional cornbread. And it's such an easy thing to make. All you need is an egg and a mix. Like Jiffy cornbread mix and some milk, and you're in business. And an oven, of course, to bake it. Terrell says, getting back to replacing popular Larry Hagman at the time, Wayne Rogers as Tony Nelson in the I Dream of Jeannie reunion movie made sense because Larry Hagman was too busy doing Dallas at the time. He became super iconic as J.R. Ewing. Yes, he certainly did. TD, you would rock that outfit. Ooh la la. Let's see here. Hope your nose feels better, Brandon. Seriously, I didn't do a virtual punch when you were working today. I did not. All right, let's see here. Sucker punching's for losers, and I'm not no loser, I tell you what. Brandon, what? Somebody in California, go give Sarah a bear hug to warm her up. TD says, I watch Roseanne every season. Yeah. And how strange is it that the star got blacklisted from her own show? Now, I know she made a comment. Supposedly she was unaware that somebody was of a certain ethnicity or race and made a very bad analogy, but, it was too little too late for the powers that be. No apology could get her to return to her show. It's just so strange. And the show's still, I guess, doing well, even without her. It took time, but they rebounded, I suppose. Lance says to TD, you could be my Jeannie. I hope you're still wearing pants, sir. I'm kidding. Terrell says, when Roseanne was rebooted and then became the Connors in 2018, Lacey resumed the role of Becky while Sarah guest starred as a completely different character. I didn't know that because I didn't watch. I didn't even watch when it returned. Not because I'm like, oh, I'm so mad they got rid of Roseanne, but isn't that the ultimate recasting? But see, they wrote her off as dead, so she could not come back. They killed her off. So I guess that's different. That's not putting a new head on the character. They killed the character. Let's see here. People are talking with each other. Sorry, anyone listening at Fistful of Radio out of Atlanta, fistfulofradio.com. You can stream from anywhere on any device. Just hit the play button, go to fistfulofradio.com, hit the play button, or YouTube. You could Google The Nostalgic Podblast. Subscribe if you like, but you don't have to, of course. And you can see our latest show right there. Let's see here. I'm almost done with the comments, getting caught up. There must be some infighting going on. I'm not missing in the chat. TD says that Chance would be great reading to elementary school kids. So animated. Well, thank you. My mother is a retired elementary school teacher, 5th grade, and my sister is a current elementary school teacher teaching the 2nd grade in the public school system. Later, Lance, is he leaving? Is that what he said? Right. He's joking. Okay. Almost done with the comments. Hang on a second. People are joking about blocking each other. Let's see here. We'll get back to the main topic. How long have I gone? 2 hours? Okay. Okay. Back to my list. So we just covered Bewitched. And I'm glad I caught that error. Alice Pearson. No, Alice Pierce. Man. They need to correct that in retrospect, because that article's still out there on metv.com. All right. But I love MeTV. I don't like to make mistakes myself. And when I see them, I'll do my best to politely and kindly correct them. So here's another good one. Let me get the picture ready. If Tom is out there, I forgot to send the link. I got to send the link to Sarah and Tom and Al if they want to pop on. Forgot to do that. Look at this photo, because Tom loves this show. Not this one. We've already talked about the Gladys Kravitzes on Bewitched. Here's our next one. Marilyn Munster. The details are a little murky as to why the show replaced Beverly Owen, seen on the left, with Pat Priest, seen on the right, after 14 episodes. But if you never notice a difference, you're not alone. Both actresses look so similar that many viewers didn't even notice the change. Is that true? Now, I don't know. I don't know if I buy that. Now, here's the story that Tom Williams educated me on. Beverly Owen had a boyfriend in New York, and the show was obviously filmed in Hollywood for Universal Television, Universal City. And so Beverly left to follow her heart and to be with her man, because she couldn't do the long distance relationship thing. So she quit the show. Enter past Pat Priest, who played the role also in the movie Munster Go Home, which was released, where you saw the Munsters in color for the very first time. This is long before the 1980s syndicated Munsters, with different cast members like Lee Merriweather playing Lily Munster. And certainly long before the Netflix Rob Zombie Munsters, which I liked in that it brought back Catherine Schell, who played Maya in Space 1999, playing Grandpa Munster's ex-wife. So there you go. There's the two Marilyn Munsters. What do you think about that? Let me know in the comments. So next up, we're going to talk about this iconic show from the 60s, and we're talking about Adam West's Batman, specifically Catwoman. Now, there were actually 3 Catwomen, but if we're just talking about the TV show, there were 2. Let's talk about it. Despite lasting only 3 seasons on ABC TV, Batman had 2 different and distinct Catwomen. Julie Newmar, seen on the left, portrayed the villain for the first 2 seasons. She came along, obviously, in season 1, but was replaced by Eartha Kitt on the right in season 3, when Julie Newmar was unavailable to film Batman. I'm adding here, this wasn't mentioned in the article, Lee Merriweather played Catwoman in the 1966 movie titled Batman, which was filmed in between seasons 1 and seasons 2 of ABC's Batman television show. But that's kind of apples to oranges, because we're talking TV here, but there's really 3 Catwomen. Oh, and I should have pulled up my still for you. Let me find it really quickly of Lee Merriweather as Catwoman. Let's see if my little mic cord will. Here it is. Thank God it was in arm's length. I sound like Sarah's in my head again. I'm giggling like Southern California Sarah, my flock on YouTube. Here's a picture, an autographed picture. I've shown it before, but hang on a second. Am I on camera? Nope. Oh, gee whiz. Oh, I'm going to poop a brick in a minute. See, I'm not cussing. I'm not swearing. I'm not losing my temper. I've gotten good about that. Okay. There is Lee Merriweather as Catwoman on the set with her daughters, and they all signed these for me at Dragon Con in 2007. I traded, actually. Lee Merriweather wanted a copy of her appearing on Family Feud before they released on DVD. I had them on 1983 VHS from original airings of a charity week, TV's all-time greats, and it was Batman versus Lost in Space, Batman versus Gilligan's Island, the surviving cast members. And look at that. Isn't that cool? But that's what Lee Merriweather looked like in the Catwoman outfit. Only one time did she play Catwoman, although she did act in season 2 of Adam West Batman as an entirely different character, a woman dating Bruce Wayne. So there you go. There's the Catwoman. Now we've got to stay on the topic of Adam West Batman because we have another major cast change. And I got to play a clip if I'll stay up because I want to send the link to Tom and Al. Let me, this is so bad for listeners. Hang on. Invite, copy, and I will send it on. But we're going to continue with Batman now. I can't stop the show. That's why I need an assistant. Oh, Sarah's probably like, hello, bring me on. I'm going to give you the link in just a second. Talking about the two Riddlers in Adam West Batman. This was horrible recasting. Obviously, there's the original on the left, Frank Gorshin. And then you had former Adams. What was his first name? Somebody in chat. I'm having a brain fart. The former Gomez Adams. It came back to my brain. I'm losing my brain. Frank Gorshin on the left was the original Riddler, and on the right was John Astin, formerly the original Gomez Adams in terms of live action TV, and he was terrible as the Riddler. He didn't have the energy that Frank Gorshin did, who originated the character. He was the first Batman villain when Batman debuted in January 1966 on ABC TV. That was just wild. Frank Gorshin and later John Astin. This is something I interjected. It wasn't in the article, the MeTV 2006 article. Now, let's talk about this one. This one is also very glaring and very interesting, I think. We're talking about the two Lionel Jeffersons. So, just like the two Becky Connors on Roseanne, two actors took turns portraying this role. You had Mike Evans on the left, who sadly died of throat cancer in 2006. He originated the character of Lionel Jefferson way back in the very first episode of All in the Family in January 1971. But he was later replaced by Damon Evans. Same last name, Mike Evans and Damon Evans, but they're not related, during the second season of The Jeffersons over a salary dispute. Mike Evans wanted a raise. Now, Damon Evans stayed until the fourth season, when Mike took over the reoccurring role. And there was a misspelling in the MeTV article. They spelled fourth F-O-R-T-H instead of F-O-U-R-T-H. Whatever. Where's the editor? It's not just MeTV. It's a lot of online articles that have these terrible errors in spelling. It's one of my pet peeves. So, which Lionel Jefferson did you like best? I got to go the original, of course. And now, but I'll say this, the actor on the right is still alive. He and the original actress, Belinda Tolbert, who played Jenny Willis, are still alive. They're the only two surviving. And Marla Gibbs, God bless her soul, knock on wood, here in 2024 that she keeps living, who played, of course, the wisecracking maid, Florence. On the Jeffersons, those are the only three original main cast members left of the Jeffersons, the great Norman Lear show and spinoff of All in the Family. Let me see if anyone commented. Who's your favorite of those two actors? And obviously, yes, I agree. Esmeralda in Oregon State, Frank was the best Riddler, without a doubt. I mean, the energy and the laugh too. He had that crazy laugh, right? You can't beat him, man. He did a Fall Guy too, the original Riddler, the season 4 premiere episode in aired order, Losers Weepers. So that was a classic recasting where they put a new head on an existing character. This is a topic we're going to cover a lot here on the Nostalgic Podblast. Wow. Now let me address some comments. Who's Norman Lear? He was the iconic producer. He lived to be 101. He died recently, but he changed the face of television. He absolutely did, starting with All in the Family. And then you had Maude as a spinoff. He also had other shows such as One Day at a Time, Sanford and Son, Chico and the Man. Different Strokes was a Norman Lear sitcom, as was its spinoffs, Hello, Larry, which lasted only a season and a half, and Facts of Life, which lasted a long time between 1979 and 1988. And I mean, I could go. It changed. His stuff was so controversial, and he taught a lot of life lessons. It was very intelligent writing and acting. And Archie Bunker's Place was one of Norman. I did a whole Podblast on the Norman Lear shows. If you want to go back and look, I'm not too long ago. Norman Lear sitcoms, and the thumbnail image shows many of the actors. Good Times. How could I forget Good Times? I almost forgot Good Times. Good Times. Ever heard of that? He was an absolute genius. I concur, Esmeralda. Norman Lear was a genius with TV programming and writing. Right on. He was just a pioneer in television. God rest his soul. Very controversial subjects were covered in his programs. It was smart TV. So, again, a show that never did this practice of putting a new head on an existing character was MASH. It happened all the time in soap operas. I remember watching Days of Our Lives back in like 2011, and there was a character I really liked who was replaced just all of a sudden. One of E.J. DiMera's love interests was replaced, Taylor. And man, that just took me for a loop, man. And they did that with Will. They recast Will. Anyway, this isn't a soap opera show, so I won't talk about soaps too much, but usually actors on soaps, as Ron Goss and I were talking offline on the phone the other day, would leave to do other projects, and they wanted to keep the character going for stories. They had really engaging characters, so they would recast. So that's kind of forgivable. I'd consider soap operas on a different level than primetime television dramas and television comedies. I don't know. That's just me. What do you think? So let me see if I had any other clips for you that I wanted pertaining to this topic of recasting. Clips, right? That's got me in a lot of trouble tonight. Bippity bippity boppy. Bippity bippity boopy says Snark and Sass YouTube channel. Seth MacFarlane knew Norman Lear. Oh, yeah. Seth MacFarlane's a genius in his own right. Norman Lear did not produce Chico and the Man. Correction corner. You're right. James Comack did, who did Welcome Back, Kotter. And people hated James Comack. He acted in People Let Me Tell You About My Best Friend. Courtship of Eddie's Father, based on the movie. Ooh, I kind of touched on this. I did touch on this, but I forgot about Courtship of Eddie's Father being a movie that a television show was based upon, where the TV show was better than the movie and lasted a long time. I think I talked about shows that sucked based on movies, but yeah, that was another. James Comack. Okay, good. Thank you for that. Thank you. Scatman Crothers, that was one of his big first roles, was on Chico and the Man. He died in 1986. He did so many movies like Twilight Zone, the movie. He was in the sketch Kick the Can. He was in Zapped, the movie. There's a funny scene in Zapped, which stars, has Heather Thomas, and a lot of people don't like Scott Baio. Just Willie Ames, when we talked about earlier. There's a funny scene where they're playing baseball, and there's this gross guy on the bench, and he's picking his nose, and Scatman Crothers says, I told you about that shit. Now suck it. And he makes him suck his finger with a booger on it. You don't see the booger, so it's not terribly gross, but it was just like a gross out scene in that movie. Oh boy. I mean, just because your mind can fill in the gaps, even though you're not seeing a real booger. So gross. I told you about that. Now suck it. And then LaWanda Page was in Zapped, who in Sanford and Son, of course, played Aunt Esther. And she played the wife of Scatman Crothers' character after him not to eat salami because it causes cancer. And so he would sneak salami and stuff. That's a funny, have it on 16 millimeter film, mint color. Got that from a guy named Tom Hudges, who's no longer with us. Wow. Oh, okay. Brandon's correcting. I mean, Peter Griffin knew Norman Lear. Right. Okay. Family Guy. Mm-hmm. All right. Let's see here. That's funny. Oh, that's Atari games. I'm going to talk about that another time. Sorry. Oops. Let me see. I'm just looking at my still images. Yeah, we've covered that enough. Next, let me know in chat, who am I not covered that was recast in a classic or even a more modern television show? I can't find my photo from Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. That was on my list. But anybody else? Terrell? Anyone out there now? Brandon says, now I'm going to get cancer watching this show. Oh, that's funny. Or listening to this show. Okay. Now, I got to play a clip because I want to send the link to Sarah and some other people. I don't even, Tom's still out there. He's probably working at the Weather Channel. I just don't know what clip I could. Well, I'm going to play this again. Oh no, we're going to play the game. We're going to play Tagline Soda Pop. This will be fun. This will be fun. Let me, and did you notice in the very beginning, to segue into Soda Pops, I played an ad, a Pepsi ad, and did you notice a very famous future star in that commercial? I'm going to play it again. Look for a famous actress who did iconic movies. She's still around. Look for her here in this ad.
Come on and taste the Pepsi way. Come on and have a Pepsi day. You're on the trail of something great. Today was made to celebrate. Come on and have a Pepsi day. Pepsi generation. Have a Pepsi day.
Sigourney Weaver. Did you see her when she was a model? That was Sigourney Weaver. There's a credit on IMDb for that. Gross. Okay, let's see here. So I guess we'll get started. I can find something. Let me get all my ducks in a row. And at the very end, I'm going to try to play more of that Stepfather 3 stuff. But right now,
Shall we play a game?
yeah, we're going to play a game. Let me take the comment off the screen. Pepsi is garbage. I like Pepsi. I got one right here. Opinions are like rear ends. Everybody has one. I only like it because of my grandparents. And I live in Coke country, so I'm a sinner. Coke original is better. Yeah, a lot of people think that. That's a popular opinion, certainly here in Atlanta, Georgia, the home of Coca-Cola and where it originated. It's only because my grandparents were in St. Louis. And when I would go there for holidays and summers, my dad's parents had Pepsi in the glass bottle, and I just got hooked on it. And I know it's very, very sweet. A lot of people don't like it because it's just so sugary and so sweet. And I probably, at my age, should be having the Pepsi Zero. I guess they don't call it Pepsi Zero. That's Coke Zero. You know, the sugar-free version. But it just tastes like crap. I like milk. Well, I do too, my flock. I mean, I drink mostly spring water more than anything. So I don't want you to think I'm a soda head. It's just when I need energy to do this show and to work and do other things. So now let's get to the game. Let me get to my little script. And this is and I'll send the link, Sarah. I want you to come on. Let me get to my questions. Hang on. There we go. It's time for taglines. Time for taglines. Boom. I got to neglect the comments for a bit.
Shall we play a game?
And we're going to play taglines. Let's start. This is how this works. I'm going to name the tagline, and you guess the product. A tagline is basically a slogan used in advertising, and these are television ads or radio jingles. There's one radio jingle during our game tonight, and I have a total of 11 for you tonight. Some are very easy. Some are a little bit more difficult. We'll start with an easy one. Are you ready? In chat on Facebook Live and Nostalgic Podblast X/Twitter, and certainly YouTube Live and Twitch. Let's get ready. Put your thinking caps on. This is a simple one. Question 1. And this will be for 5 1978 Grease cards. No, not this. We're going to play. Just let me back up. Blah, blah, blah. Here's how you play the game. The first person to answer correctly and says claim, CLAIM is how you spell claim, will get 5 Grease cards. All right. Not this question, because this is a simple one just to get our feet wet. Here's the tagline, just for the taste of it. Name the soda. Just for the taste of it. Easy. Electra easy. I'm going to wait for people to catch up. Oh, I need to be sending the link. I'm sure Al's already asleep by now, but I'll send it in case Tom is up. me send it to Sarah first, if I can find that. Just for the taste of it, name the soda. I won't play, says My Flock Sarah. Okay. Well, not for prizes anyway. Play for fun, why don't you? If you want to. All right, hang on, Sarah. I'm sending you the link. Just for the taste of it. Any guesses? Oh my gosh. Maybe I should have assigned a prize to it. I thought that would just be an insult to y'all's intelligence. I'm going to bring you, Sarah, you come on and play along. I mean, you can, if you want to, I'll bring you on if you want to be. It's up to you. Sorry it took so long to get you the link. Now I'm going to send to Tom and Al the link if they want to pop on and play. Link to join. I'm sure Tom's working at the Weather Channel. He's not going to be able to do it. But I'll send it out of courtesy. I should have done it sooner. Okay. All right, I'm just going to give away the answer, I guess. Sarah, do you have a guess? Just for the taste of it, it's a soda. This must be a generational thing. I didn't think this was so generational, this tagline. Just for the taste of it. Oh, we got a comment coming in. We are gaming, finally. Yeah, if that's what you're waiting for. Big Box, name the soda. Snark and Sass guessed Diet Coke. Well, let's see if she's right.
Just for the fun of it, just for the wine of it, just for the taste of it, Diet Coke. Just for the splash of it, just for the laugh of it, the risk or the taste of it, Diet Coke. Just for the joy of it, just for the joy, just for the smile, just for the fun of it, Diet Coke. Just for the shape of it, Coca-Cola. Just for the taste of it, Diet Coke.
You were right. Very good, Snark and Sass YouTube channel. Very good, very good, very good. Yeah, I'm gonna have to chug that small Pepsi bottle. Brandon says up in Canada, the Great White North. Snark and Sass says she's the class of '86. And in that ad, did you notice so many people? Vicki Lawrence, who recently had a birthday, and the late great, his son has been on this show. I've interviewed him. He's an agent in Las Vegas, Nevada. Who am I talking about? I'm talking about Harvey Korman, who was the voice of the great Kazoo in Flintstones, among many other roles like History of the World. I sound like a Yankee there. History of the World Part 1 by the great Mel Brooks, who is still with us. Check that out. Hello, Sarah.
Oh, hello.
How you doing tonight?
Pretty good, thank you. Yes, took me a minute to, transfer all the thing over to the thing to get to the thing to get back up here. There you go.
Very cool. Yeah. We're going to keep playing our game. Here's question 2 of taglines. You feel free to answer, after we've let people in chat have an opportunity to give their answer. But here's the second soda tagline. Name the soda. This is a hard one. I'll make this a prize question. If you want 5 mint condition, I already have them pulled out. That's what she said. That's what he said, rather. Grease cards from 1978. These have value and will go up in value over time because Grease is an iconic movie. Here's the tagline: shockingly refreshing. Shocking. Sounds like something Sean Connery as James Bond would deliver. Or shockingly refreshing. That's a terrible Sean Connery.
Yeah, it is. That's okay.
I used to be able to do it. I used to be able to do it better. Hang on. Let me try again. Shocking. Wait a minute. I can't do it. I'm not even going to try. I'm just embarrassing myself. Shockingly refreshing. What soda is that? And I'll roll the clip. All of these, I have a clip to reveal the answer to.
I don't know. Believe it or not, I'm not a big soda head either. Like, I didn't know that was a thing. But also, yeah, I'm not big into soda either. Although I like specialty sodas.
Well, let me see if anyone guessed it. Shockingly refreshing. What do you think?
Well, 7-Up is it's an up thing.
Yeah, Big Box guesses shockingly refreshing. 7-Up, maybe. Esmeralda. These are great cards, Chance. He was kind enough to send me some. Yeah, well, thanks to Sarah. Sarah won them and said, "Why don't you send them to Esmeralda?" And I did. Then you sent me a thank you card. That's very sweet of you. Danny Staten in South Carolina guessed Sierra Miss. Snarky says bourbon and Coke. How's that for a fake laugh? No, that was funny. I'm not saying what you said.
I say Sprite.
Sprite? Well, let's reveal the answer. right now.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. Sierra Mist, one shockingly refreshing lemon lime.
Way to go, Danny Staten. You should have said claimed, and I'd send you some grease cards, but you probably don't care. Your collection is pretty awesome. Big Box says, I knew I was wrong. I looked it up. I was close. Hey, y'all, says Ski Skeleton. What's happening, man? Or is that a woman? I forget.
That's Skeleton. That's a woman.
Girl, I'm sorry. I'm an idiot. I'll get it right next time.
There's another one that is on my subs, right? And that's Skeleton. So that's a guy. So you just gotta know.
That's what's confusing me. Well, you'll help me get it straight, as they say. Let me get to the next question. Question 3. Here's a tagline. You name the soda. Here's the advertising slogan. The taste you go wild for.
The taste you go wild for?
And Danny, you're going to like this clip. Danny Staten, you're going to like the reveal clip. It'll make sense in a minute. Don't Google cheat. I'm giving too much time where people can Google cheat. And I'll make it a prize. If you want the 5 cards, say claim. Answer correctly, first person, in the next 5 seconds. Write the word claim and the correct answer, and you get it. Big Box guesses Dr. Pepper. We got 11, Brandon. No worries, she says. Doesn't bother me about me screwing up her gender. So Dr. Pepper's guess of Brandon's. All right, well, let's reveal the answer. Again, give you a hint. It's one of our friend Al Hardy's favorite sodas. The taste you go wild for or get dropped. Well, I'm going to reveal the answer. No one guessed it correctly. Here's the answer. And check this out, Danny Staten, on your NASCAR night.
I love mornings after my dad would race. I'd get up before anyone else, sneak out to the garage, and inspect every inch of his old Chevy. Just by looking, I could tell how well he did the night before. Yeah, I got my first taste of racing and my first taste of Sundrop right here.
Sundrop, the taste you go wild for, and a favorite in the Earnhardt garage for over 40 years.
Some things just kind of run in the family.
Sundrop Citrus Soft Drink.
How about that? The late, great Dale Earnhardt, because I know that Danny Staten is a big NASCAR fan, as well as a wrestling fan. How about that? Am I down? No, I got myself on the monitor and the other monitor. All right, let's continue. I never know, man. I'm so insecure these days. Last week, I got spoiled. Had no issue with YouTube, but this week, I did. Of something, a game show clip.
Happens.
I never would have thought that was from a fan site. So it's like, what the heck? There's no rhyme or reason with these bots on WT.
I told you.
Makes me a nervous wreck. I'm already a nervous wreck. I'm going to be like Herbert Lom in the Pink Panther movies. I'm going to have a nervous tick and a twitch, and I'm probably going to stroke out right here live on the show if I'm not careful.
Shit, I can't even end it, so there you go.
You keep hitting, girl. I know. Now let me get on with the game. Question 4. Makes you feel so good so fast. It's a soft drink tagline or slogan. Makes you feel so good so fast.
Are you sure you're talking about soda still?
Yeah.
Okay. Just
please. We're overstaying. That's what she said. That it's becoming passé to say that. That's what he.
No, they'll never get old. No, I refuse to let it get old.
All right. Let's see if we have any guesses. And it's a prize question. I forgot the prize question. First person to answer correctly and say claim will get 5 1978 grease cards. That's kind of a weird prize, but.
Well, Box says.
Yep.
What?
Well, you were about to say something. I was interrupting.
I was going to just read what he said, and then you already cut me off to it because, of course, it's your show.
Can you read it? Go ahead.
Okay, so yeah, RC Cola. Yeah, I know.
That's Royal Crown Cola RC out of North Carolina. And then we had another guess. Brandon guessed 7-Up. Well, I'm going to reveal the answer right now. Again, and I'm just going to say something else. Makes you feel so good so fast. There's another slogan that would give it away instantly, so I use that one. The rumor is an ingredient in this drink will shrink a male's penis.
Then Mountain Dew. Sorry.
Close. It's this.
Oh, shit.
Look out, throat. Watch out, tongue. I've got the world's fastest soft drink, and here it comes.
Mellow Yellow makes you feel so good, so fast. From your head down to your toe. Mellow Yellow makes you feel so good, so fast. You just can't drink it slow.
Look out, lips. Watch out, toes. I've got another Mellow Yellow, and here it goes.
Mellow Yellow makes you feel so good, so fast.
It tasted so good out of that glass bottle. I can remember, because I'm old, when that first hit the scene. I was a little kid, and after playing soccer, Gatorade was really the main thing we would drink back in those days, like the orange. All they had were orange and lemon lime Gatorade back then.
Oh, yeah, that was gross.
Loved it. But sometimes I'd have a Mellow Yellow, but the Yellow 5 ingredient, which also is in Mountain Dew, to your point, allegedly, I don't know if it's true. I've heard from multiple sources that it can cause a penis to shrink. Yikes. I don't know if that's true.
I would assume you have to have so much of it that it wouldn't really matter because, you're not going to be able to drink that much.
Brandon had guessed Sunny D. That's a pretty solid guess. Big Box, also unfamiliar with Mellow Yellow, shrinks your fellow. Is Big Box one of your people, Sarah?
That's my cousin. That's my cousin.
Oh, that's right. One day it'll all sink in. I'm sorry. I'm so thinking about the next topic. I'm thinking like a friend said, 10 minutes ahead of what I'm going to talk about next. I need to focus on the present. You're an old geezer, Chance. No, you're not kidding. It's true, Brandon, in Canada. Great White North. Sucker.
We're older than he. Sure. That's just how it is.
So here's question 5 of 11. Soda tagline. This is a simple one. Simple. The choice of a new generation. Don't say it, Sarah. The choice of a new generation. What name the soda? The choice of a new generation. Don't guess.
I'm not. I just said
Pepsi guessed Big Box. Skeleton. Now that's the guy skeleton, right?
No,
Sarah?
it's the girl. This is the girl skeleton.
No, it was a different. I saw ski skeleton. That's different. I saw it's the same person with two.
No. Skeleton is a girl. Skeleton, the other one is a guy. He's not here.
They're both here or were. I'll prove it.
I didn't see him here. Nope. Totally did not see him.
You're
here.
right. You know what? You're right. I'm wrong. I always will fess up when I make a mistake. You're right. Sorry. Sorry, girl. So we have a winner. It was indeed Pepsi. So Danny, you want those cards? You got them. I'll mail them to you. Email me an address at goldr3@aol.com. I'm strict by those rules. Like I don't want a text from Sarah doesn't count anymore. It's rules are rules, like a real game show. Email me where you want them to go, and I'll mail them to you Monday morning. There you go.
I'm dropping his email in chat right now. There you go.
Yeah. Oh, good. Smart thinking. Let me put it on the screen for Danny. Yeah, there's the email address. Thank you. goldr3@aol.com for feedback, or Sarah has the address. No, you got to email me. And I'm not trying to collect. That's fine. I don't want to make an exception and contradict myself. You just email it to me, man. I think
he has
before.
Yeah, you guys talk on the phone like you guys have your numbers. Like it's no big deal.
All right, I'll call him again. No, but I'm strict on the friggin' rules when it comes to my game show. This is my little game show segment. But let's reveal the answer. He was right.
This class is perhaps the greatest discovery of the 25th century. A dwelling called the Split-Level Ranch. Marvelous.
What's this, Professor?
A spherical object that used to hurl at each other with great velocity.
Professor, what's this? What is it?
I've no idea.
Pepsi, the choice of a new generation.
Now, whose voice was that doing the voiceover at the end? Anybody know? Just for
nope.
fun. Didn't it sound familiar? It was Martin Sheen, future president on TV, The West Wing. And of course he was in, yeah, you're funny, Brandon. Maybe I should send Chance an email with a link that fools him saying his phone has a virus. Well, I don't check that email address with my phone for one thing, only on a computer. So you'd mess up a computer, I guess, which would be worse than messing up a phone. Can you play it again? Yes, I will play it again. Oh, well, she wanted to play and see who. I'll play it again because it is kind of a fun, nostalgic ad. Sorry, listeners, for being so repetitive, but this is a pretty cool 30. It's only 30 seconds. Let's roll.
This class is perhaps the greatest discovery of the 25th century. A dwelling called the split-level ranch. Marvelous.
What's this, Professor?
A spherical object they used to hurl at each other with great bluster.
Professor, what's this? What is it?
I've no idea. Pepsi, the choice of a new generation.
Martin Sheen right there.
Yep.
Let's move along with our game, everybody. Again, I know I say this a lot, but in case someone's tuning in late, I'm naming an advertising slogan or a tagline, hence the name of this game, taglines, and you come up with the product. In this case, it's a soda. Here it is. This is an easy one. The Uncola. I'm not going to associate a prize. It's too easy to this one. Don't say anything yet, Sarah. Please. The Uncola.
Don't worry. I know how to be quiet.
Do you know what it is, though?
I think
Sarah?
so. Yeah.
Just wait a couple more seconds in case there's a bad delay since the stream went down on YouTube. Big Box guesses mug, root beer. Nope. Ski skeleton guessed Sprite. Ooh, so close. Sarah, go ahead and guess.
7-Up.
Yes. And this was an iconic ad with a great pitch man. Let's watch. And he was a James Bond villain before he hawked this product and endorsed it. Let's watch.
A word of advice. Beware of the imitators, clear soft drinks that compare themselves to 7-Up, the one and only Uncola. The real test lies with you, the people. And you buy more 7-Up than all other clear soft drinks combined. Let them compare all they want. You have made 7-Up number one. The people have spoken and the choice is clear. The Uncola.
Yeah. And there's another spot that he voiced, Jeffrey, and he says, he calls people cola heads. He goes, even cola heads can appreciate. Cool thing about 7-Up is that it's caffeine free. If you don't like caffeine, don't want to be up all night and wired.
Yeah. Do you remember the 7-Up commercials? 7-Up, it's an up thing. It's cool and it's wonderful and it's lemon and lime. See, those are the ones I always remember the most.
Jeffrey was with a G was such a great pitch man. I thought he was awesome.
Right.
And like I said, do you remember he was in which James Bond movie? Jeffrey Holder was his name. He was in the first Roger Moore James Bond movie, Live and Let Die. So,
yeah. Okay. I didn't know you were asking me a question.
No, I'm just talking to
okay.
Listeners.
Okay.
Danny says, I need caffeine to exist.
Now, there you go.
Did 007 inflate him? No, that was another actor. Who he was his henchman. Jeffrey played the henchman of the guy that blew up with the nitrogen.
Like oh yeah, that was funny. Yeah, that was funny.
Big Box says, I remember 7-Up yours. Make 7-Up yours, says Boy from Beyond. Hello, Boy from Beyond. I don't know who that is. Is that one of your people, Sarah?
I've seen him around, but I can't remember.
Boy from Beyond. How did you find this show, The Nostalgic Podblast? I'd really like to know. Let's move on with the game.
Well, I got them now.
Here's a prize question. You'll get 5 vintage mint condition Grease movie cards. I know it's kind of an apples to oranges prize. Nothing to do with soda, but it's what I'm offering because I got a whole bunch of these that are duplicates that I want to give away over the course of the next few months and years.
Oh,
5. The reason I do 5 is 5. I can put 1 stamp on an envelope and mail it.
Did you read him? He answered your question.
No, I didn't read it. I don't have my chat up. Let me do it now.
Okay, because
do it live. Do it live. Do it live.
Do it live. Definitely, you're gonna want to read that.
Surge. I stumbled across your podcast because I was looking up game shows. Boy from Beyond. We talked about earlier. Every week I feature a deceased game show host that we loved. And so tonight we talked about Bert Convy, talked about him a lot and played some clips. If you want to go back, maybe after live, if that's all you're interested in. And I have done a lot of shows lately about deceased game show hosts. Talked about the Golden Age hosts, talked about Gene Rayburn in week 2, talked about Richard Dawson last week. Next week will be Alex Trebek. And we do like a mini bio. And there's a lot of rare clips and some clips that you may have seen from classic game shows. But next week is going to be very extensive on Alex Trebek. So, yeah. Now back to this game. He says, I've been here the last 2 weeks, but haven't said anything. Well, I'm glad you did, boy from Beyond. Thank you for chiming in and thanks for being here. It means a lot. So let's get back to the game. Fun, Sun, and the Beach. Name the soda that's associated with, and you will get 5 Grease mint condition movie cards if you guess correctly. Be the first person to guess correctly and say claim in the chat. Fun, Sun, and the Beach. Soda pop. Which one do you think that would be? And I'll reveal in the ad. Big
I have
Box
no idea.
Sun-Kissed. Claim.
Skeleton says tab.
Maybe. Let's reveal the answer right now. We have a win.
Good vibrations. Sun surfing excitations. Call for sun-kissed good vibrations. Bubbly orange jubilation. Sun-kissed orange soda taste sensation. Sun-kissed is giving out good vibrations. Bubbly orange jubilation. Sun-kissed is giving out good vibrations.
There you go.
Yeah, the answer was Sun-Kissed the whole time.
No,
who knew? Well, was it?
It is.
Oh my God!
Yeah, I'm saying you won. So, send me. Can you put the address back up, Sarah, for him to send his mailing address? Nicely done, Big Box.
Well, I mean,
yes, you're supposed to say claim, but you did. So, not that it's a huge prize, but good job. You win.
Well, yeah, I mean, he lives with me, so I mean, I'll get it to you.
I don't know what's the matter with me. I mean, I forgot that's your cousin. have your address. So cool. Good job. Wow. All right, let's get back to the game.
You cracked me up, Chance.
Bad. Okay, this is a simple one. I can't associate a prize with this tagline. The tagline is "Obey your thirst." Name the soda. Let's let others don't guess yet, Sarah.
No, I know.
That's where you email your mailing address. All winners. This is so easy. Obey your thirst. Jerry, you want to call 770-438-1050, talk about famous recasting on TV history or movies. I didn't get to the movies yet. Twilight, the Twilight Saga had a lot of recasting of popular roles. Ron Howard's daughter, Bryce, took over a role. We have a couple guesses. I guess there is a delay. Sprite, says Brandon Priest, garbage truck videos out of Canada. Boy from Beyond guessed Sprite. And you both are right.
You're someone.
That's the wrong one. That's the wrong one.
What is cool? Does who you hang with make you cool? Yo, B, check me out. I'm funky. Maybe not. Hey, wait. These dudes are cool. Whoa, bro, I'm totally cool. Nah, maybe going prep is cool. Hey, Buffy. Now that is not cool. If I was like this guy, then I'd be cool. I I need a cold drink. What should I drink?
Give your brain a rest. Obey your thirst. Sprite.
Who should I drink it with?
That ad was from 1994. And by the way, Sunkist also had obviously good vibrations going back to Sunkist as a slogan, but that one's just too easy. But Big Box says, Siri, you betrayed me. Yes. It's more than just Google cheating. You can Siri cheat. That's funny.
Well, I don't do any of that.
So I'm going to play a retro Sprite commercial. That's the one I accidentally played a second of. For those that are in the Gen X category, like myself, here's a 1980 Sprite commercial.
You're someone special, you're striving for more, trying to do things better than before. You're trying harder, you're reaching so tall. You're drinking Sprite and you're giving it your all. You found more in Sprite. You found lime and you found more in you. So you keep on climbing when you're reaching for more. Reach for Sprite when you're reaching for more. Reach for Sprite.
When you're reaching for more, reach for Sprite. What a weird tagline. But it looked like everybody was getting along back then. I like that. I like seeing everybody having a good time, even though it's Hollywood fake commercial, not reality. But it does put off a good vibe, doesn't it? So Good job. Good job. You got it right. You win. But there was no prize. Let's go ahead and assign a prize to this tagline. There could be an easier one that would be a dead giveaway, but let's just give you this tagline. First person to answer correctly in chat with the word claim, CLAIM, wins. Tagline, name the soda pop. It goes down good. It goes down good. There seems to be a delay, so I better wait.
It goes down good. I don't know. I don't know. Guess I haven't commercialed in a while. My bad.
Well, thank you, boyfriend. Boy from beyond. Thanks, boy from beyond. I can't read. Boyfriend. If you're here for game shows, I will have more game show action next week for my wonderful fellow game show people out there. Big box guest A&W soda, skeleton diet Coke. Well, thanks, boyfriend, says Skeleton. I'm sorry,
boyfriend.
Boy from beyond.
I'm gonna die.
Again, the tagline was for a prize. It goes down good. Any other guesses? I'm going to reveal the answer in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
It's nice to live in an easy way. Yes, it is now. Without any cares from day to day. Slow down the time. Slow down the moment. Mr. Bim. Mr. Bim. Smooth and easy. Mr. Bim. It's nice to have your clouds erased. So just slow down to its easy taste. Slow down the time. Slow down the moments. Taste Mr. Bim. It goes down good. Mr. Bim. It goes down good. Ooh, try Mr. Bim. Yeah. It goes down good. Mr. Bim. Mr. Bim. It goes down good. It's nice to live in an easy way without any cares from day to day. Slow down the time, slow down the moment. Taste Mr. Bim, smooth and easy. Mr. Bim, it goes down good.
Those were radio commercials or radio spots, as we say in the business. Those are kind of cool, huh?
Yeah, I had no idea that Pib had its own freaking ads. I don't know. I guess it's one of those things that you see in the stores and fast food places, and you go, oh, crud, I have to get substitutes of the good stuff. Oh, anyways, that's how I see it.
Here's a more familiar 1970s Mr. Pibb commercial with those nice glass bottles, 30 seconds long. Let's watch.
When you're doing something that takes a lot out of you, you need something that can help put it all back.
Have a Pibb, mister. Have a Mr. Pibb, hey, mister.
A great tasting soft drink that's strong and bold and refreshing. Mr. Pibb.
Get back out where you belong, with a taste that's bold and strong. So have a Mr. Pibb, mister.
Most of the taglines that I found that were familiar say Pibb in it. I could say blank to take out the obvious keyword, but anyway, I just chose a more obscure one from that radio. So that was a hard question, must admit. Something about Dum Suckers. Like Dum Suckers, I've never seen an ad. Yeah, those are a little. I never liked Dum Dums that much because there's not much lollipop to them. I liked
they're okay.
The Charms Blow Pops. Charms Blow Pops were my favorite of the sucker. Or just the regular Charms. The regular Charms without the bubble gum. I like those. And the ones at the bank. Remember the Safety Pops? Those were good.
The what?
They're called Safety Pops. It has like a little round wraps around your finger like
you mean a ring pop?
No, not a ring pop. That's a good one too, by Tops.
Or push pop. Push pop set on your finger.
Safety Pops, and it was round, like it would wrap around your finger like a note, a don't forget note. Look it up. I'll try to find a picture. Safety Pops. They were.
I've never even heard of it.
Well, they were just round lollipops. Doctors' offices would give them out to kids and pediatricians, and it had like a little, like a U. Instead of a stick, it had a little U. You put your finger in it and popped it in your mouth. Tootsie Rolls were good too. Tootsie Pops. Yes. Richard Dawson gave those out. We talked about him last week on Family Feud, and they had the lollipop trees with the black stems where the family would get an extra $100 starting in the 1983 season of Family Feud, hosted by Richard Dawson. Let me get back to the game here. More taglines that are soda pop products. Okay. Beautiful to you and me. This is a hard one. That's what she said. This is a difficult one. Beautiful to you and me. I'm going to have to give a hint and give another tagline because I think it's just a little bit difficult. What? Yes?
No, I was like, I have no idea. That's all I was going to say.
That I know. Beautiful to you and me. That's a soda. It's a drink. Boyfriend, get it again. Boy from Beyond. Boy from Beyond said, I remember those, meaning the Safety Pops. Is that what you mean? Boy from Beyond? There's a Safety Pops commercial on YouTube. I'm going to get that uploaded before the end of the show for Sarah's edification.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Re-education. I'm kidding.
Please re-educate me. I appreciate it.
Well, let me give you another tagline that's a little bit easier because I think that one's just a little too difficult in the interest of being fair. Tagline for this soda, beautiful to you and me, or great taste, low calorie. And it's not a beer, it's a soda.
Yeah, that's not helpful at all. Okay.
It'll be helpful to someone, I'm thinking, in chat.
Well, hopefully, because not me. Oh.
So
I didn't know sodas was such a hardcore topic.
Two slogans, two taglines for this soda: beautiful to you and me, or great taste, low calorie. They don't make it anymore. Let me look at the comments. And I'll make it a prize question for anyone that hasn't won tonight. that wants to win, put the correct answer in and say claim. Boy from Beyond guessed first, and he was correct. Do you want the prize? Quickly say claim, because I know Esmeralda doesn't care about the card. She's already gotten cards. So if you quickly say claim, if you want 5 grease cards, I'll mail them to you. If you're just playing for fun, that's okay too. BED says Jerry of Nostalgia World. All right, it was Tab. If you want the prize, say claim. By the way, this is Elle McPherson, future star in this 1982 commercial. Not interested in the cards. Okay. Boy from Beyond. So he played for fun, and I like that. This is model Elle McPherson, who became a superstar in the later end of the 1980s, but here she is in 1982 in this Tab Cola commercial.
Tab Cola has a beautiful taste, so good for beautiful people. Tab Cola, beautiful to you and me, 'cause every can has less than 2 calories. Tab Cola looks a beautiful shape, just right for beautiful people. Tab Cola tastes so good to you. Great taste, low calorie. Tab.
Australian beauty Elle McPherson, future Sports Illustrated swimsuit model, right there in that commercial. So let me get back to the comments, and we have, I think, one more. 1982, a great year. Yeah, the year you were born, Sarah, in Southern California, my flock.
Yep, that's me.
Terrell says, I was too young to remember Mr. Pibb. I wish it was still around. Mr. Fib? What's Mr. Fib? Mr. Pibb's still around. Tab is not. Tab was discontinued in 2021, although Tom says he saw it recently in a public supermarket, but all of my sources say Tab was discontinued in 2021. Terrell, what are you talking about? Maybe that's something I'm not familiar with. Mr. Fib. Surely you remember Mr. Pibb, and it is still around.
Well, I don't know.
All right, let's conclude with this final tagline for a soda pop. It's the 11th one. It's pretty doggone easy. It's the real thing. Doy. It's the real thing. Name the soda pop. Billy Beer. I guess it's big box. Ooh, that was bad beer. I tried it only one time in my life because it was so old. For one thing, I heard even when it was new, it tasted like
terrible.
It would taste, I would think.
Yes, I've heard nothing but terrible about it.
Yeah. Mr. Fib, that's really perplexing me. Yeah, Mr. Fib, was that a typo or is there? I'll look it up. I don't know of a Mr. Fib.
I think it's supposed to be Pib.
But it's still around. That's what confused me.
But yeah, but maybe he doesn't know that.
Okay, soda. Okay. Again, the final tagline. It's the real thing. Name the soda. Hey, Chance. Again. Hey, Lance. In Kansas City, Missouri. Jolt. Guess it's Skeleton. I know Skeleton's joking. Sarah, do you know what it is?
I can't think of it off the top of my head now.
Ooh, Crystal Pepsi. I've had a post for years I forgot to do in the Nostalgic Podblast Facebook group about Crystal Pepsi, the clear Pepsi.
Yeah, that's really
Coke,
good. I had it,
Lance.
I had it in the when they remade it, but re-released it. I had it then, and I was like, amazing, really good.
Lance,
although I still think, sorry,
you had Crystal Pepsi?
Me, yeah, I have.
Lance, is that your guess? I'll make it a prize question. Do you want 5 cards? If so, say claim, CLAIM, before someone else guesses something. L still be looking fine. Doing Christian Dior ads. It's big box. I need to look at those. All right, the final tagline this week was "It's the real thing." That's a tagline, famous tagline of a soda pop. Lance is right. And so you get 5 cards. So email me your mailing address or wherever you want the cards to go. He's right. It was Coca-Cola.
It's a real thing. Coke is, that's the way it should be. Coca-Cola, what the world wants to see. Oh yeah, it's a real thing. Coca-Cola, that's the way it is. With a bottle of Coke and the way it will stay. For the taste of your life, what the world wants today. Oh yeah, it's a real thing. Coca-Cola is Coke.
Good job, Lance. I thought that was a simple one, but I guess because I'm older, there's a lot of younger people in here that may not have heard of that. That's funny.
Well, I'll tell you this much though. I would have picked different older commercials that were probably not as old as you picked. That's for sure.
Hey, we're a retro show. Yeah, I did
right,
have one
I
from
know.
1994. I had a couple from the mid 90s. It's not too old. I had Obey Your Thirst. That was a 1994 spot.
I know. I was just saying I would have picked some different ones that were not as old.
I know. Well, that's because you're a millennial.
There you go. That's my point.
Nothing wrong with that. Now, back on Good Friday, because we're pretty much almost past Good Friday in terms of while we're live. This came in the mail, and I want to talk about a very special offer from our fine friends at Remind Magazine. Did you know that you can give or get Remind Magazine for only $12 for an entire year for the first year? And incidentally, the next year is $24 if you want to keep it going. That's not much because the cover price is $4.99 plus tax if you were to go to a newsstand. You know what a newsstand is? Think Barnes & Noble. Well, this was in my mailbox today. This is the May 2024 edition of Remind Magazine. Look, it's time to give graduation presents. It's always time to give birthday presents. And for $12 out the door, including tax, including shipping, you can give an entire year of Remind. It'll be in their mailbox each and every month. Now, what's Remind Magazine? If you're here, the chances are you're into nostalgia. And that's what Remind Magazine is all about. It's loaded with interesting articles, games, full color photos, interviews with the favorite stars and personalities, and lots more. Remind Magazine offers fresh takes on popular entertainment from days gone by. Each issue has dozens of brain-teasing puzzles, trivia quizzes, classic comics, and monthly themed features from the 1950s through the 1990s. And the best part is it comes in the mail. And think about it. If you're giving it as a gift, they'll think you spent a heck of a lot more than $12. That's less than a streaming service for just 1 month. We're talking a whole year. How can you get this deal? Go to remindmagazine.com. That's remindmagazine.com. They accept all forms of major credit cards. So that would be American Express, Discover, Visa, or MasterCard. Or you can call them old school at this number. Are you ready? 855-773-6463. That's 855-773-6463. And please mention the nostalgic Podblast when you order, or go to remindmagazine.com. Again, $12 makes a great gift. And also the back of this current edition of Remind Magazine had this nice ad from the nice people at MeTV for Collector's Call's new season. And that's Lisa Whelchel, former star of The Facts of Life and Survivor, who has been the host. I think this is going to be the 5th season that starts April 7th, 2024, Sunday night at 6:30 p.m. on MeTV. Now, you can access MeTV through the Friendly TV app or over the air, free of charge in most cities. Look for your local MeTV affiliate. It's not on Pluto TV like Buzzer TV is. But anyway, that's the back cover. I thought that was a pretty smart looking ad. I like the art design of that. And I love a show they air where they play classic cartoons, 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. It's called Tune In With Me, Monday through Friday. I DVR it every day. I watch MeTV through my Xfinity Comcast cable provider. I still have cable. I haven't cut the cord yet, unlike Al Hardy, our friend Al Hardy. So, I think that's a nice ad. I love Lisa Whelchel. Happy Easter to Lisa and her family and everyone else out there in chat. Just to reiterate about the game shows, this was the first game show host of all time. Talked about him every week. I just want to reiterate, he was a British broadcaster, and his name was Freddie, like Freddie Mercury, Freddie Griswold, Grisewwood. The very first game show host or announcer. We've talked about Gene Rayburn in week 2, not just to do a little rehash and review. And these are the people These are the people we're going to be talking about in the future installments of this program, the Nostalgic Podblast. There you go. So, and some that are not featured. We've already talked about Betty White, who is not seen there. She was a game show host. She won 2 Emmys for hosting a short-lived game show in 1983 on NBC. God bless her soul. Okay. So thanks to Remind Magazine. Now let me just look and see what other nostalgic things. There's some DVDs I've shown before in my collection. If you can still play DVDs, I love DVDs and Blu-rays. There's the front, there's the back. Those are awesome sets from the early 2000s from Fremantle Media. Really good stuff. Very entertaining. Let me just scan through my pictures. Oh, I didn't talk about the nostalgic treat of the week. Now, what was the clip? There were some things I wanted to add at the last minute. Dang.
Yeah, it was a Stepdad 400 or something.
I have all the Stepdad clips. Yeah, thank you for reminding me that. I'll play at the very end those Stepdad 3 clips. Stepdad 4. You're funny. I
forgot what it was.
That's fine, but no, there was. I'll have to think. I'll think it'll come to me. I was going to upload it really quickly.
Oh yeah, it was oh crap! It was the trailer for something.
Trailer for Enemy Mine was one of them. Enemy Mine. The trailer.
It was something that Box had said. Something you were going to look up a commercial or something.
Well, why
don't know what it was.
Can you talk about something we've covered tonight while I?
Okay.
Thanks.
Sure. So tonight, class, we talked about a great many things. It was all awesome and epic, right? Good. I agree. But the thing we didn't get to talk about the most here was how epic Chance is, okay? Now, that's the thing we have to totally talk about here. Now, if it weren't for him, making us, learn and have fun, then I think we'd all be really sad. So we must give Chance all the likes, the subscribes, and the shares outs, and the comments afterwards, because we love the dude. And that's the truth.
That's so sweet. That's really sweet of you. Thank you. I found the Enemy Mine trailer. That was one of the things that I had wanted to add, but there's more, much more that I need to play before we sign off. We've gone over 3 hours, so I'm going to be wrapping it up in just a little bit. Honestly, I always say we're going to wrap it up, then I go 6 hours or something, but
yeah,
Okay, hang on. It's transferring the Enemy Mine trailer.
No worries. I'm all good on my end. But yeah, just saying,
Sincerely, thank you, Sarah, for saying that. That was really, really sweet.
You're welcome. I've been throwing you out all week. That I had to come do this on Tuesday or Friday. Today's Friday, whatever day this is, Friday.
It's Friday. Almost Saturday.
A few people wanted me to go, on their streams and do a bunch of stuff, and I'm like, "What? I got to do Chance stuff first." So they were here for a while too. So yeah, I just gotta let you know that a lot of people ask about you, so I have to talk about you and show you up in there and the whole 920 yards there. So hey, you're epic. And there you go.
Thank you, and we'll do taglines next week for some more Grease cards. I'll try to have some different prizes too. Obviously, I can't give away cars and trips. These are kind of token prizes, but they're still fun prizes, I think. So now,
well, they're still better than like kazoos and harmonicas and little things like that. So
name the movie. You're gonna be singing "Zippity Doo Dah" out of your blank holes.
What?
It was released. No, it was filmed the year you were born. Yeah, that's a line. That's a line from a famous movie, a funny line. I cleaned it up. It made me think when you said kazoos. I had a little flash of that saying, "You're gonna be singing "Zippity Doo Dah" out of your a-holes."
I don't know.
Well, I have the trailer while you think on that.
Okay.
Again, let's play a fun little game. Name the movie this line is from. You're going to be singing "Zippity Doo Dah" out of your a-holes. Here's the trailer to Enemy Mine from 1985 with the late, great Lou Gossett Jr. in cool alien makeup.
Marooned on a desolate planet, he is a soldier, alone with his enemy.
You get it or don't you get the English, huh? I don't love you and you don't love me. We're strangers, you understand?
his suspicion will change to tolerance.
You saved my life. Why?
I need to look at another face, even as ugly as yours.
Tolerance will lead to friendship.
We should open up a little place here. I could ruin the food. You could scare away the customers.
And with that friendship will come an overwhelming responsibility.
You must be a parent. Don't kid around, Jerry. You must take my place.
Protecting a life he values more than his own. Dennis Quaid, Louis Gossett Jr., Wolfgang Petersen's Enemy Mine.
Rest in peace, Lou Gossett Jr., sincerely. One of my favorite actors of all time. And we talked about him at the top of the show. And again, happy Easter, everyone. Sorry if you're listening on Thanksgiving. It won't mean anything to you now, but happy Easter. All right. Now, I want to show...
Can I just say one thing?
Absolutely.
The heck movie was that? I've never even seen that before. What? My eyes. I don't know what to think of that. Anyways...
It's based, as you say. It's a really good movie.
Is it though? I'm confused. Okay, well, I'll have to check that out later, but because
it's not a generational thing. It has a beautiful message. You should look at it. I'm telling you, it's good.
Okay, well,
in my opinion, don't you?
Yeah. You haven't been wrong so far.
At the top of the show, I shared this autograph. He signed this for me in 2007 at Dragon Con in Atlanta, Georgia. Really nice guy, Oscar winner. So rest in peace, Lou Gossett Jr. Just to review. Yeah. Everyone's laughing at your criticism of the movie.
It's not criticism. I'm trying to fathom the heck I saw and also make it family friendly. So there you go.
Okay.
Yeah. Because there's a whole slew of words I could use for that, but I'm not going to.
Let's quickly talk about the nostalgic treat of the week. It's a gum. This gum. Chiclets.
Oh, God.
Have you ever had a chiclet?
Of course.
Did you like the full size or did you like the tiny size best?
Well, neither, but the big size is better because obviously.
Well,
plus they stick in my dental work, so not my favorite.
Your dental work?
Yeah, they'll stick in my fillings and stuff.
Oh yeah. Chiclets. The name is derived from the Mexican Spanish word chicle, Chicle, derived from the Aztecs, meaning sticky stuff. Did you know that?
Yeah, I did. I'm in California, so of course I know that.
Would you take a wild guess? What year do you think these were introduced by the American Chicle Company, founded by Thomas Adams? I'll just tell you. I know I don't like when people do that to me, and I don't have a clue. You don't want to take a guess? It was a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away.
Like the 50s or something? I forget.
Before that. Lower.
30s.
Lower.
20s?
Lower.
Okay, when they came to America, I don't know.
It could be the turn of a century. It is a turn of a century. Got a guess?
Well, no, now you've lost me at a turn of a century because my math skills are not that.
Not a millennium, a century. 1900. They've been around since 1900. Can you believe that?
Yeah, actually, yeah.
Incredible.
But they're still not good. They're still not good at all. But yeah, I can believe it.
You don't like that gum? Oh, because it sticks to your dental work, so you're biased, I guess.
It's not dental work friendly. A gum, there's some gums out there that stick in your dental work, and there's some out there that do not.
Right, like Dentine. That's one of their big selling points. It won't stick to your dental work. Big Box was very close. 1890. Good job, Big Box. I didn't see your comments, and then Skelton guessed 1912. You both were so close. Very good. So now Start to wind down here. I just want to make sure I always do this after I talk so long. It's been 3 hours and 21 minutes. And then there's always something I forgot. Oh, there was some video from last time I meant to show that I almost screwed up on. By the way, I don't think I showed it on my show. There's Al Hardy's Fall Guy movie poster and his nice little display all lit up. That'll be out May 3rd, 2024 in the USA. I'll be seeing it since I'm a big Fall Guy geek.
Yeah, you are. Yeah. I listened to that whole Fall Guy one on Fist whenever you had it on. I was just like, oh, that's awesome. Of course, I listened to everything on Fist because, of course.
You are so loyal. I really honestly appreciate that. I mean, I can't believe it. And I want to talk about this. Oh my goodness, I almost forgot. I need to check the current numbers on this. Here's that segment I like to do every week.
You want to fight? I'll give you a fight. Come on, punk. Come on. You want some more?
Time for the fake rant of the week. I don't know if I mentioned this. The last couple of weeks I mentioned one of my favorite Star Trek original series episodes, the Galileo 7. That was the actor John Crawford who played Commissioner Ferris, the obnoxious, annoying. They had so many higher ups in the U.S. Federation, World Federation, in the Star Trek universe that were just jerks, Commodores and
oh yeah,
like Commodore Mendez and Commodore who was the one in the Deadly Years? Commodore, what was his character name? He was just such an idiot. Were they having the rapid aging in the Deadly Years season 2?
Oh yeah,
Commodore Stockton, I think. Commodore Stockton.
Yeah.
And then you had
I never understood. I never understood why they had any of those people in command roles at all, because they act like they'd never been in command. They didn't know anything.
That was Gene Roddenberry's point, though. The bureaucracy. And in a Taste of Armageddon season 1, that idiot that almost caused the destruction of that planet. Anyway.
Well, yeah, there's something. Dude, I can talk about Star Trek forever about any and all that stuff. Listen, I know my track.
Right on. So, my fake rant of the week. This is one we've covered. I'm not going to play the whole damn thing, y'all, but I just want to give you a quick update. This is amazing. This little 28-second rant I did on Instagram has had a ton of views. Here's
the beef. There's no beef in this. This is like a $15 dish, $15.95 at China Moon and Vinings. They must be under new management, new owners. They've gone cheap. Show Al's chicken. There's hardly any chicken in his. What'd you get, Kung Pao chicken?
Yes.
What is this dish, Tom?
Done as beef Szechuan.
Where's the beef? There's no beef in it. It's all carrots. Look at that.
Yep.
This
All
is crap.
carrots.
You know how much this food we got was almost $70, China Moon. Okay?
It's all carrots.
I was such a traitor to China Moon there, but I was so mad because it was 29 miles away from where I brought it from. Al lives 29 miles away from China Moon, and we're at Al's house right then. So I put it on Instagram and on YouTube. Instantly I put on YouTube. It was the only way I can convert it to put on StreamYard for that day.
Mm-hmm.
So it did like 6,100 views on YouTube, but then on Instagram, let me find the current. I just want to do a quick update on the screen. Like almost 200,000 people have viewed it. And then there's been like 3,483 likes and 360 comments. I mean, that's pretty big. If it gets to 1 million, it might be featured on a talk show like The Talk on CBS or Kelly Clarkson syndication. Let me look at the current numbers. I want to just look it up and see where it's at now. Because, I mean, every time I look, and I look every other day. I'm not looking every day. I'm not sitting there with my phone like, oh, look at how many views I got.
It's a family show.
Family. Well, I didn't say anything. Listeners won't know what it's up to 184,922. I took that, I think, an hour or so before I went live. It's gone from 179,436 to 184,922 views. Damn. And somebody shared it out. Anyway, whatever. I mean, and it's not flattering. It's not flattering because I and someone said, look at the big hole in it. And what that is, Tom had put a little bit on a plate. So yes, you do see a little indentation, and there were a lot of slams on me. The funniest part are the insults to me, where they're like, he ate it. He could use some carrots. You know, there's all these insults to me like that I'm fat. It's really funny. Anyway, so
Yeah.
that's just a quick update there. Let me get back to the nostalgia and not make it about me here. Things I didn't play yet, wanted to. And I think the reason it's doing well is because of the Where's the Beef line. It's a throwback to the 1984 classic Wendy's ad, this one.
It certainly is a big bun. It's a very big bun. Big fluffy bun. It's a very big fluffy bun. Where's the beef?
Some hamburger places give you a lot less beef on a lot of bun.
Where's the beef?
At Wendy's, we serve a hamburger we modestly call a single. And Wendy's single has more beef than the Whopper or Big Mac. At Wendy's, you get more beef and less bun.
Hey, where's the beef?
There you go. Where's the beef?
Right. And also rents
Indeed.
always do well too. So there you go.
Quick, and I called China Moon. We're not going to play that clip. Thankfully, you edited it for me. I called them on the spot while I'm still hot. I felt like I was burned, right? And Tom said at the time there's like 3 or 4 pieces of meat. Now he's saying there were 10, but they were small. I don't know. But I did call. They did issue a $20 credit to me. They said, but they claimed that someone else had ordered basically a vegetarian version of Szechuan beef. I find that hard to believe in retrospect. When I went there, it was dead. There was no one picking up food. There was no like Uber Eats. I was like the only one in there. And it's just, that's not a dish that's common to Chinese restaurants. It's not like sweet and sour shrimp, sweet and sour chicken. Szechuan beef is kind of an obscure dish. So I find it hard to believe that exact time before church is like the 11 o'clock hour. So it's before church let out, here in Georgia, where church is still popular.
Okay.
So I don't know. And he did hesitate on the call. Remember on the call, I asked him, what's the deal? And he hesitated. And you got the one meant for the guy that asked for low beef. He wanted more carrot.
And then you're talking like him again.
I'm talking like, I'm sorry about that. It's on Al's channel. If you want to see that live, I'm not going to play it tonight. Al Hardy Entertainment, Al's Place on YouTube. It's right there. Sarah was on that show, right?
Yeah, I am. And you can find it in my community post. Just scroll down to the latest of his shows, Al's, and it's there. That's freaking hilarious.
It must be. It's not a funny video, my criticism. I think it's the Where's the Beef. And I look like a Karen, as they say. I think that's why people that I guess find it funny and they're slamming me and everything else. So anyway.
Well, of course, yes, it's a rant.
I watched too much Honeymooners. It was a Ralph Cramden moment. I watched too much Honeymooners. I mean, I've just been conditioned to be a Ralph Cramden, I guess. Since Easter is coming, I always like to show a little clip of my real life Easter bunny.
Hold on.
And Esmeralda last night, I was on your channel. She offended me. She called her baby snake food. I didn't put that comment on the screen. I was like, oh my God.
Oh, well, yeah, it's because she used to have pythons and stuff.
I can't be, I'm not easily offended. And I'm not saying I was just like, damn, that's harsh. She must have a snake.
Well, she had a lot of pythons back in the day. So,
But that's little baby, a little rescue bunny I found while taking a walk in end of September 2021 by the lake in my neighborhood. Male Karen, I guess is a Terry. That's me. There's your cousin again. Big box. Let me do a quick scan. Oh, what was cool? Did I tell you? I told you on your show. They had on Tune In With Me, the singer, Phillips is her last name, of the Gem theme song. Beautiful lady.
I went looking for that on YouTube. I couldn't find it.
It's not on YouTube yet. It probably will be, but let me.
I know, but I did go look for it right away.
You know what? I bet I could find it from the official Tune In With Me channel. The promo they did have a promo on social media. I didn't look for it on YouTube. I saw it on Facebook. Let me look for it now, and I'm going to strain my brain thinking of what was the other thing I was going to find on the fly before I sign off.
But I don't remember now.
Hang on, it'll be right. Gosh darn it! If they didn't put it on YouTube, I don't know why they wouldn't. The official Tune In With Me channel. Tune In With Me Gem. Tune In With Me promo 3 years ago. That's not it. It was a brand new episode. Oh, you know what? Let me go there. Anyway, this show shows like classic cartoons from the Universal Vault, from the Warner Brothers Vault, from the MGM Vault. Good stuff. Well, like you, no wonder you couldn't find it. It's not there. That's surprising. So I guess you got to watch it. Hopefully they will. And thanks for subscribing, Boy from Beyond. I just noticed. Let me subscribe to you back. I appreciate that very much. Well, shucks, I can't find it. And I don't think I can even get away with playing the theme. I think it's so heavily bot protected. I'll try to play a couple seconds of it.
1, 2, 3.
That's all I'm going to play. That's
What a
all I'm going to
tease.
play. Yeah, that's all I'm going to play. It's one of my favorite. And I was too old for that. I just like the stupid theme song. It's not stupid. I mean, it's a guilty pleasure. I like the theme to Jim.
Okay, the whole premise of Gem is just amazing. Okay, it's awesome. There you go. And I used to watch it back in the day.
Yeah, you did, and you talked about it recently. So I thought it was ironic that they featured the singer for special. You said you watched it after school.
No, before I started school, before I started kindergarten. Yeah, I watched that cartoon with my brother along with others in the morning, and then he'd go to school, and then I would not go to school yet. But then by the time I went to school, I watched them, and then I would go off to school.
Snark and Sass asks, very cool. How do you catch a one-of-a-kind rabbit? That's the thing. All right, so she was wandering around the lake, and so I was like, oh my God, that's not a wild bunny. Wild bunnies are different than domesticated rabbits. So long story short, I went home to get some food for her, some lettuce, and I ran down the, got home, went back, and then I didn't see her. And then I was just like sort of whistling, making sounds. And then there she came out of the bushes, and she started eating the lettuce, and I brought a little water too. And then I was just going to leave it at that. But then I saw her go into the street, and there were cars. It's Friday night around 10:30 at night. And I said, she's going to get hit. And so I just picked her up, and bunnies don't like to be held, but she wasn't kicking or anything. She was shaking. And I just said to her, I said, I'm a friend. I'm a friend. I'm a friend. Don't worry. I'm a friend. And I took her home, and I had a bunny cage for Samantha's bunny, Hattie, that I'd bought for $89 from a rabbit shelter. So I had a lot of things because rabbits like to chew on wires, which can electrocute them and damage your wires and your electronics. So I had to keep her in a specific area, and I just grabbed some leaves, not leaves, but I had lots of like fresh vegetables I fed her that I knew she would eat. And then I got Lance, I'll check the email later. I can't right now, brother, while I'm live. I will though. And so, yeah, so I brought her home, and then she's been here ever since. And I got official dry vet approved bunny food from a bunny shelter, the Georgia House Rabbit Society here in the Atlanta, Georgia area in Cobb County. And I took her to a vet to get checked out, veterinarian. And she did have an issue that got corrected, and knock on wood, she's just fast. She's funny. She's furry. She's friendly. She's got a personality very much like a dog, although she couldn't defend me like a dog could. But she's not like a rabbit. Like
I was thinking of big pointy teeth, Search for the Holy Grail, the rabbit that attacks everyone,
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, big pointy teeth. So yeah, definitely a guard bunny.
Animate, yeah. Something like that.
Yeah.
So there's actually a virus going around that's killing rabbits. So I had to get her vaccinated, which I did at the vet. And she had like a fly strike. I'll leave it at that, like in her rear end, and the vet got rid of that. And you're supposed to get basically a hysterectomy of a bunny, which I have not done because supposedly they can get ovarian cancer like 50% of the time. So I rolled the dice. I wanted to keep her the way God made her. So I didn't do that. And I've been sort of shamed. Oh, you need to do that by experts. You need to do that, So I pray that doesn't bite me because I would be upset. I'm pretty attached to that little bunny. I've never had a bunny as a pet before. I've had dogs and cats, but never a bunny rabbit. So that's all I got to say about that.
We've had bunnies.
Really?
Yeah.
And you're not supposed to keep them in a closed cage. Like there's a misconception that rabbits should be kept in a small cage. No, they need space. They need to be able to exercise. They need a pen, like a playpen. So,
and they also can be potty trained real easy. So there you go.
And Largo is the correct classification. Correct. I used to think that rabbits were rodents, says your cousin Big Box. But Largo, yeah, Largo, they're Largo. Yeah, that's right. Largo is the classification. Gargle says Snark and Sass. All right. It's a joke, Chance. Unique up. You want to join us? Let me put the link in chat to Snarky. I should have done that earlier. There we go.
I can send it to her.
I'm putting it in the chat.
Okay.
For her. We're going to wind down the show, though. Hang on a second here. I'm going to look at my clips, make sure. Then again, see, I said that an hour ago, didn't I? We're going to start winding down the show. All right, I did the nostalgic treat of the week. I did. I mentioned this last time, and then I never actually played. I talked about I was going to play a Mark Hamill clip where he had the car accident in January 79 months before Star Wars was released, and it changed his face forever. I'm going to play 1 minute, 47-second clip of this, and then a clip of Richard Dawson. I just remembered that I have on the ready, and then those clips from Stepfather 3. Yeah.
What about your car? Did that make you shaky?
Oh yeah, I mean,
when you were doing
I smashed my nose, and no, it was a BMW. It was my own car.
Off the road?
I was on a deserted freeway, and I was going really fast and not knowing. It was about 6:30 in the evening, 6:45, and I was playing, what's the music goes? And it was a brand new car. Those things go much faster, because I used to have a Mazda, and when you got over 60, you knew you were going fast. So it was really deserted, and I realized, oh my God, I took the wrong freeway. I was way out in the boonies. I saw my exit coming off. Where? In Southern California.
And when?
Early 77, I think January 11th, I think. But I saw my off-ramp coming up real quickly and just tried to negotiate like 4 lanes right at once. I thought instead of going beyond and getting off the freeway and then coming around. Now, the only thing I can be thankful for is that I didn't hurt anybody. That's something I would have had to live with. But I just smashed the heck out of my nose and my cheekbone. I fractured both of them.
Off the road?
Yeah, and tumbled and went down. I don't know. I wasn't conscious.
Because I was thinking the whole time when I was watching you in the fluid yesterday, they didn't do the interrogation thing where you were raving about what you said when you were in the fluid.
Oh, that's right. You read the book then.
Yeah. But I thought of all the times when you were sitting with your face cut, it must have really...
It was eerie. Yeah, it was really eerie. And he used a lot of like the real scars to build upon.
How about that?
That's crazy. I've never actually heard him talk about it before.
Yep. And another interesting clip. This is before that accident and before Star Wars was released. He was on an episode of One Day at a Time in 1976. Mark Hamill was playing Schneider's nephew, who was a kleptomaniac. I'm going to play a clip of that. Hopefully it's 1 minute, 24 seconds. I hope the stream doesn't come down, but look at, this is pre-accident Mark Hamill.
Came back to get my clothes. At least they are mine. Harvey, we're gonna have a talk. Who needs it? Everybody needs it, Harvey. Especially you. So we're gonna have a talk. I don't think so. Harvey, we're gonna have a talk! So, what should we talk about? Oh, I think I swallowed my gum. All right. Now, the way I see it, you want to start talking first? I don't mind if you want to start talking first. Frequently in today's society, younger talks before the old.
Hello. Oh, I'm back.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Hello. Hello. That was a great scene. Let me give you some information on that. I wonder if One Day at a Time streaming anywhere. Is it on Tubi? That episode's called Schneider's Pride and Joy. And it was great seeing Mark Hamill interact with Valerie Bertinelli. And it aired on November 30th, 1976. He just wrapped principal photography on Star Wars, and he had just done the pilot of 8 is Enough, which he quit Is Enough didn't start airing until early 1977. Did you know Is Enough debuted the same night as Three's Company on ABC?
Oh wow, I
Same
didn't know that.
Yeah, Three's Company aired right after the debut of Eight Is Enough, same night on television. Let me see here. Yeah, that aired November 30th, 1976.
Well, heck yes.
I'm trying to find the episode season 2, episode 9. Okay, in case it's streaming somewhere, season 2, episode 9. Really powerful episode. I thought Mark Hamill's acting was spot on in that. Anyway, night, Lance. Night, bud. Thanks for being here. All right. I'm just scanning the course my clips because I wanted to play that last week and I forget. Did I play the Space Invaders watch piece, Sarah? Do you remember?
That doesn't sound familiar.
We're here today with the Omni Space Invaders. Really cool watch. Push the middle button at any time to play the tune. We got date, day.
The music might give me some grief, so I'm going to cut it.
That's great though. I like that.
Yeah, I do too. Terrell says, before Mark Hamill became a household name, thanks to his role as Luke Skywalker in Star Wars, he had many guest star roles on TV and was even a regular on General Hospital in the early 1970s. Yes, and he was in The Partridge Family. He was in Room 222 in the 5th and final season, and it's called, the episode is titled, I've Got the Hammer, You Got the Thumb. And yeah, and that was before his ill-fated accident. And thank gosh he rebounded from that accident.
Heck yes.
Thank you. It's not on Tubi, chances, Lance. Well, there should be a Pluto TV channel of Norman Lear sitcoms. I'm sure that's coming like they did with Sid and Marty Krofft programs.
That'd be a good idea.
I think so too.
Well, of course you do.
And Big Box, your cuz says 1976, huh? 78 was the Star Wars Holiday Special. 1980 was the release of Empire Strikes Back. Yes, it was. I have on film The Making of Star Wars, which is a primetime TV special hosted by R2-D2 and C-3PO. It's an hour-long thing. It's really good.
Yeah. Well, I have the Christmas special or holiday special on my channel. Ooh, I'm cool too. Anyways.
That's not on 16 millimeter film, though. I'm kidding.
I know, but it's on my channel, so it makes it kind of cool.
Yeah, it is. Now, here comes a clip from Dawson talking about the Gong Show. This is what I meant to play last week, and I didn't run out of time. I forgot. I'll be honest with you.
I remember J.P. Morgan, I think R.D. Johnson. It was very cruel for me. You know, they have acts that were terrible, but then they had acts that you know the people really thought they may not be ready, but they're pretty good. And going halfway through a song, suddenly I saw a card come up and say, Gonger. No, I've never moved. A bigger card, Gonger. And so somebody gonged up, it wasn't me. And I came up and said to Chuck, you want to humiliate them? Don't do it funny. Did you say, could you do this song for us right now? We're rehearsing. I'm going to show the President of the United States tomorrow. Anything. Now watch the person try to be better, not try to be worse. And the more you're trying to be better, you hit a gong. I never liked that. I like Chuck. He was a madman. Chuck Barrett. But I did How's Your Mother-in-Law with him. How's your mother-in-law? I hope my daughter never sees this tape.
You ever heard of the Gong Show, Sarah?
Yes, I've heard of it.
Have you ever seen it?
You know, I might have seen, you know, clips of it here and there, but it wasn't anything I watched because, like, up until recently, the game shows were like, ugh, to me. And then you're like, hey, but wait, let me tell you about him. And I was like, oh, wait, I'm listening. And then I was like, oh, well, my bad.
It's epic AF, as you like to say in chat.
It is epic AF.
The Gong Show is, no, there was a guy with a paper sack over his head, the unknown comic. Too much. That's a whole podblast in itself, The Gong Show, hosted by Chuck Barris. Let me just put a comment on the screen. Big Box says, funny video, Empire Strikes Back, uncut. The whole film, but all scenes were recreated by fans, changing constantly. Interesting. I'm not aware of that. So I guess I will play those Stepfather 3 scenes. Let's put a warning in. There's going to be some blood. It's not terribly gory. If the stream goes down, thanks for being here. I'll be back next week with a little luck. I wish I could play a song. I like to play a song each week. But see, that could get me in trouble too. I played a little Donnie Marie last time. I do have some keyed up here. Not a whole song. I always play She's a Beauty by the Tubes. I don't want to play that again. But it is the weekend. I guess I could play. And I didn't do birthdays. Let me pull up some birthdays real quick. I just can't tear myself away.
No worries.
Birthdays for March 30th. Because now we're into March 30th. March 30th. I should save that because BK does his show on Saturday, and I don't want to. Now, I'll just throw some names out. Eric Clapton, MC Hammer, Tracy Chapman, Celine Dion, who's had a lot of health issues lately.
Yeah.
Bad health problems. Happy birthday to all those people. See if there's anyone that we really like. John Aston. John Aston's still alive. He was born in 1930 in Baltimore, Maryland. We were talking about him earlier. He was one of the worst Riddlers ever.
He's right.
Not the worst Riddler, but he was great as Gomez Adams. And Patty Duke's ex-husband. And the father of her son, Mackenzie, because there was another father for Sean there. MC Hammer. I like MC Hammer. I liked his music. He's from Atlanta, but he's born in Oakland, California, but he lived in Atlanta. I think he still does. But he was born in 1962 in Oakland, California.
Oh yeah, we're Hammer fans over here.
I like a lot of. He did a great version of "Dancing." I'm a dancing machine.
Yeah, I know.
He has a great. I played on Fist. You probably heard it on Fist.
Of course I have, but also I have the CD. So there you go.
Hammer, please don't hurt him. Yeah, I have that on compact disc too. One of his albums. Happy birthday to Warren Beatty, born in 1937 in Richmond, Virginia, on March 30th, 1937. I liked Heaven Can Wait. Have you ever seen Heaven Can Wait, the remake from 1978, Sarah?
No, I don't think so.
He plays a professional football player who's dead, and he sees everyone, but no one can see him. Jack Warden's in it. I'll leave it at that. It's a really good movie. I like Bulworth. You ever see Bulworth? You were around then in like 1998 with Halle Berry. He plays a guy running for office and he goes nuts. That's a damn funny and interesting and strange movie. Bulworth. Look it up.
I have not heard of it.
Happy birthday to Peter Marshall, turned 98. He was born in 1926 in Huntington, West Virginia. The original Hollywood Squares host, friend of Al Hardy. I talked about that earlier. But yeah, man. Let me see. We don't need to turn this into the birthday show. It used to be every time you played that tune, Gene Simmons got a paycheck. Supposedly he owned the rights to the happy birthday music. The legend has it. And you used to have to pay a royalty every time it was played. So you wouldn't hear it. Like in Lost in Space, it was Penny's birthday in an episode and they didn't play. And that's before Gene. I think it was for the same reason. Like someone had the rights to that music and Irwin Allen was notoriously cheap. He wouldn't play it. And the robot comes out with a birthday cake in this episode, The Toy Maker at the end. And he's singing this song. Today is Penny's birthday. Today is Penny's birthday. Today is Penny's birthday. We wish you many more. We wish you many more. And it's Bob May, the guy inside the suit, not the voice who dubbed over him, Dick Tufeld. Just a little bit of Lost in Space trivia there. The Toy Maker.
Wow, that sounds like an incomplete episode there. They just forgot to dub it over. Like what?
No. Well, sometimes you heard Bob May's real voice. Usually, when the robot would sing, it would be Bob May, the guy inside the suit, and not the guy who voiced the dialogue, Dick Tufeld.
Oh yeah, I forgot about the singing. Sorry.
And one time in the Ghost Planet, the only episode that designated the robot as a Model B9 robot, the third color episode, I have it on film. When they're leaving in the climax of the episode, you hear the real voice of the robot in the suit. They screwed up and didn't dub it over. And he's going, leave at once, leave at once. When the Jupiter 2 is about to take off from the automated planet ruled by machines. Anyway, the Ghost Planet. And there's other examples.
There you go.
Too, I won't bore you with the details. Hope everyone has a really nice Easter and a great weekend.
I am talking about the weekend. Yes, I am. Yes, I do, 'cause you gotta make the best of life while you're young. Good people, we can do just what you wanna do. We can, when all those working days are through.
That's all I'm going to play. I played the entire song several times in past Podblast, but I just love that. It gets me pumped up for the weekend, whether it's a holiday weekend or just a regular weekend. There's nothing wrong with the weekend.
That's right.
I'm just doing a quick scan. And thanks for, hopefully someone learned something tonight. Did you? Let me know in the comments, even if it's after we're live in the replay.
I always learn something. So make sure everybody comments afterwards, like, subscribe, shares out the whole 920 yards, because of course.
Yeah, and I've learned a lot. That little bunny rabbit has made me a better person. She really has that cute little bunny, just so sweet, so just doesn't have a mean bone in her body. Let me see what else.
She's a sweetheart.
I'm not going to play that this week. My little clip there. All right, well, we're going to say goodnight finally, for real, and play those clips from Stepfather 3. I hope it's not a 3 strikes and you're out, because I think I've had 2 warnings. I don't want the stream to go down and lose everything. I'll put it back up if that's the case. What do you think I should do, Sarah? Because these are pretty interesting clips.
You know what? We already were down on one of them before, right? For the
it was the trailer. It was the trailer, but
yeah. Then if they took it down for the trailer, then they'll probably take it down for the rest of the clips too. So just saying.
Yeah,
so it's up to you. How bad do you want chat?
I want the chat. I put most of the chat on the screen, but I don't want to lose it for the chat replay. I'm going to try to play this one little scene here just to show how twisted this guy is. Good night, all. I knew the weekend. I thought you'd be long gone when the weekend song came on. That Dan hates that song. He's already saying good night. Like, I know you're going down if you play it. Let me play. I'm going to play it. I'm going to roll the dice. Oh, Lord.
Sorry, didn't mean to startle you.
That's all right. I didn't see you. Can I help you?
Maybe. I'm Mark Grinnell. We met at the Easter dance, remember? I live around here. And you're new in town, aren't you?
Yes, I am. I'm Keith Grant. Will you excuse me? So what can I do for you?
I just thought since we're going to be neighbors, we ought to be acquainted. Nice place you got here. A lot of fresh air. Never gets too hot. Plenty of privacy.
I like it.
Did you buy or are you renting?
I'm not going to play the rest. There's no point in it. There's no reason to. It's just such, well, I have all the deaths in Stepfather 3 in 1 minute clip. This has a little bit of blood. I'm going to play this. Let me just play it.
Let's go!
We made it. We made it.
There you go.
He's such just a dick, and that's the guy who played John Boy in the Waltons, the second John Boy. Let me play one other clip. This isn't any violence or gore or anything. It's just a weird scene, just showing what a weird character he is. He's noticing the similarity because the killer, the stepfather in Stepfather 3, had plastic surgery really because they had to change the actor. That's why they did it. And so he's noticing the similarities in this scene. Hang on. Hey, and if you weren't here, Skeleton, I played the trailer. I can't play it again. The stream went down, but the trailer is pretty good for this show, Stepfather 3. And what a cast. Priscilla Barnes is in it.
Hi, Andy. What you doing?
Oh, nothing. Just playing a little video game.
Andy, I need you to be as strong as a little boy can be.
What's up?
We've had some sad news.
What?
Father Brennan died. He was in a terrible car accident last night. Isn't that terrible? I can't tell you how sorry I am, son. You know, Andy, I've been thinking. You spend far too much time fooling around with this computer. You should be outside, having fun, like other normal boys your age. Let's try to be better friends. I want to spend more time with you, Slugger. Why don't we make a fresh start? Just forget the past. What do you say?
Pretty good acting from that child actor.
Yeah, that was an
Did you
odd
see how big
scene.
that keyboard was?
Oh yeah, holy heck, huge.
Nah, I'm not gonna play that scene because it'd be misunderstood. Anyway, just that movie was just bizarre. Just bizarre. So, Sarah, takeaways from tonight's show.
Takeaways from tonight's show. Well, let's see here. Dude, that was helpful. Yeah, in the midst of trying to get my words, you go and do that. Epic. Okay, so more
I was trying to give you a moment to think.
Yeah, then now I think of video games. Good job, thank you. Today we did not learn about video games, although I think Chance wants me to talk about them next time. No, I learned that well, whatever his name is, the guy that we talked about today that died. I heard in front of his name.
Gossett Jr.
Thank
Oscar
you.
winner.
Yeah, he did
game.
way more movies than I even knew. So I learned about that today too.
You should look into Enemy Mine. I know you think it looks cheesy, but it's really not. It's a good movie.
Oh, listen, you know I love cheesy. You should know that. Just because I couldn't fathom it doesn't mean I won't watch it. There's the difference.
Right. Well, thank you for the kind words. What was your favorite part of the show, if any?
When I came on, or anyways,
of course.
Yeah, no. Let's see here. Pretty much when it started till it ends is pretty much my favorite. But I have to say that probably my ultimate favorite part of the whole thing was you didn't give up every time you went down and you just kept going.
Safety pops. That was the thing I need to look up. Keep going, dear.
Safety pops. Yeah, that was it.
Tell me what I did wrong. Tell me what I did wrong.
You didn't give YouTube gods their kudos. I have no idea. Anyways, no, I think overall you did fine. Everything was good, enjoyable. It is quite funny to pop into the Facebook side of things when you're down on YouTube and hear you still talking. It's just really funny. But yeah, no, I
see the ad. I think that your cuz was talking about. Let me just make sure it's the right ones. Safety pops. Yep, that's them. Let me get it uploaded.
And my favorite part of the
like I described. This is a course from 1995. I'm sorry, dear. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, and my favorite part of the chat was when Dan popped in and said "LOL" like 80 times.
Yeah.
Like 80 times. I'm pretty sure it was 80. Not that I can count.
I know, because I looked at chat and it said like 170 remarks. And I know a lot of those might be from the same people, and that's fine, but it's daunting, when you're trying to do a live show and you see that, and it makes you feel good, but it's like,
I know.
I gotta get these on the screen. I got to get these on the screen, because that's what I promised.
I know.
Let me see here. All right, I got it, and I'm converting it, and you're going to learn what a safety pop is. I think you know what it is. It's just the name is not, you're not connecting the dots based on the name of
probably
the lollipop. I can't imagine you not in your life been in a doctor's office or a pediatrician, or certainly a dentist wouldn't give you candy though, but a doctor would. All right, found it, converted it. I'm uploading it right now. Let me get to my little brain.
Nice.
Thank you for reminding me about the safety pops. That was it. That was one of the, I know there's something else I probably forgot, but I don't watch myself because that's worse than, masturbating, that's talk about
family show.
You sit there and watch yourself. Now, I only look at the clips. I will scan through and see how the clips looked quality wise and sounded, but I don't watch myself. That's pretty, you talk about a narcissist.
Well, I don't know. I watch myself sometimes to see if the show was good or not.
To each their own. Nothing wrong with it. I'm just talking about my personality and me. Nothing. I'm not judging you. Now here's Safety Pop's 47-second commercial. Actually, it's more like a 30-second. There's a lot of crap at the beginning from 1995. These are Safety Pops for you, Sarah.
Hey, they took away the stick
and added a loop,
so it's easy to hold for the Safety Pop crew.
There's sour apple and cherry,
and their flavors all new,
plus lemon,
grape,
orange,
hey, strawberry too.
We're the Safety Pop group. We love the Safety Pop loop.
There's Safety Pop regular
and Safety Pop swirl
to please the tiny tongues of every boy and girl.
Now they're sugar-free,
made with NutraSweet. Wow, that's what we call a real Safety Pop treat.
We're the Safety Pop group. We love the Safety Pop loop. The Safety Pop loop.
Now with NutraCancer. NutraCancer included.
Hey, Woo. And also, just so you know, I had no idea they were called anything in particular. I never really liked those because they tasted so gross. Also, no, I don't remember getting them from the doctor's office or anything.
I never tried those new flavors, but I like the classic ones a lot. Those were tasty. And they didn't show the imprint. There was like a circle imprint in the center of it. I didn't see. Anyway. Marathon stream. Yeah, I'm going to say goodnight. I just can't. 4 hours, 5 minutes, 47 seconds. Unreal. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you shouldn't stream with me. I could go forever. You know how I stream.
We're both like this.
Yeah. Well, then I also put the stream. You're like, yeah, I did 6 hours. I'm like, yeah, I did 28 plus months. And you're like, shut up. I'm like, yeah, okay.
Well, I like to mold you. I like to teach you the Gen X way of life. I like that. And you teach me things too about, the workings of YouTube and whatnot.
Yeah. I know things sometimes.
Well, we're going to say goodnight for real this time. Sorry to point at you again and everybody. I'm bad at that. Mama taught me not to point. I appreciate everybody being here, and we'll see you next week. We'll see you Friday. Hope you have a very nice, or had, depending on when you're listening or watching, a nice Easter with your friends and or family. Good night.